Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night. We'll be debating, does God exist? Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast, by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, we are back. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, ladies and gents. When you come on up, get the likes up. We are currently live on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube right now. I'm live on TikTok on my phone, so everybody that's tuning in on TikTok, again, if you want to come on up, you can join right through on TikTok, or I do recommend coming through YouTube and clicking the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and I'll bring you on up for open panel debate night. Tonight, we are debating, does God exist? So all my atheists, agnostics, skeptics, come on up, join the stream. I do welcome all of you. I went ahead and put up a status on Facebook, and we had a lot of people, a lot of non-believers in the comments like, Cooley, you believe in fairy tales? I'm like, man, please come on up, join the stream. Let's have a good spirited debate. So first and foremost, we got a few links in the YouTube description. First link is going to be for the sponsor, but we'll get to that shortly. Second link is going to be for the members. So if you want to become a member here on YouTube, click that link, subscribe, and we got 3 tiers. First tier is gang, second tier is hitman, third tier is mob ties. You join any of those tiers, you're locked in with us. You get a lot of different special perks and privileges. And then also when we do debate night, I do prioritize the members. So that's one of the good benefits as well for open panel debate night. The next link in the YouTube description is going to be for one-on-one consultations. If you want to speak with me directly, go ahead and book a one-on-one consultation, man. I got you. Media, marketing, dating and relationships, all of that type of stuff. I got what you need. Then we also have all of the social media links in there as well. So if you want to get in contact with me on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of the social media links is right there in the YouTube description. All right, chat. So what we're going to do first is we're going to react to some clips while people come up. Once again, the rules for open panel debate night, there aren't any. No, there are a few rules. So when you come on up, just make sure your camera is on and you can join through a laptop or your phone. And when you come on up, just state your name and exactly state your argument, because we have a specific topic tonight. It's not going to be like other nights when we do open panel debate night and it's like, well, cool, I don't know what you want to debate about. Well, tonight it's a little bit different. I took the chat's advice and I'm like, I tried it already before in the past and it's cool, but I'm like, well, let's do it again. Let's go ahead and start doing these debates where we implement the topics. One of the reasons why I kind of got back from having the topic, a headline, a title for the open panel debate, because you don't get a lot of weirdos in, or you don't get a lot of I noticed from when it's just open and anyone can join and talk about whatever they want, I get a lot of more viral clips. You know what I mean? So it was more for a marketing strategy, of course, right? But this is cool too. We got a title. We got a prompt. Does God exist? So come on up, join the link. If you don't think that God exists, let's have a debate. All right. Let's get into the first clips though. So this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to react to some clips that the members sent me. It probably has nothing to do with the prompt of the debate. because these are clips that the members sent me. So they send me these clips and they want my takes on them, my reactions. So I'm going to react to some stuff. And then while I'm reacting to stuff, when people come on up and click that link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, then I'll start bringing people up accordingly. Now, we are live right here on my phone on TikTok. We already got people in here on TikTok. Yeah, I cut my hair. Y'all late, man. Y'all late. Here on TikTok, y'all late. I've been cutting my hair. So, but if you're on TikTok right now and you're tuning in, and if you want to join open panel debate night, I recommend coming over to YouTube. But if you do want to join right on TikTok, that's fine. I'll go ahead and have my phone on loud and they'll hear the audio through my microphone. So that'll be fine too. But anyways, let's hop right into the first clip. Okay, it says, oh man, Bill Gates. So Bill Gates makes a statement on Epstein emails coming out. Oh man, yeah, he was all in the emails. I heard something that it basically stated in one of the emails that he had an STD and he gave it to his wife, and then he asked Epstein to, basically give him a cure for give him some medication for the STD that he caught with a Russian woman. Now, we don't know how true these emails are. He claims that the emails came like it wasn't from him, that it was basically Epstein emailing himself. But, we'll see what's up. Let's go ahead and get his reaction or his statement to after this news coming out about him.
I regret and I apologize that I did that.
Part of that issue of trust brings me to Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know what your relationship with him was.
Yeah, I met Jeffrey in 2011. So over a period of 3 years, I had a number of dinners with him. The focus was always, he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to global health. In retrospect, that was a dead end, and I've said many times, but I'll say again, I was foolish to spend time with him. I was one of many people who regret ever knowing him.
You've no doubt seen the allegations, including some of them from the last 24 to 48 hours. Are they true?
No, apparently Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. Was he trying to attack me in some way? But, it just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that.
The problem is...
Yeah, here's the thing. And also, I'm on TikTok on my phone. You guys can't hear what I'm reacting to. So if you are tuning in right now, I do recommend coming over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Come on over to YouTube, watch me live there, and then you can also hear exactly what I'm reacting to. But yeah, as I stated, some people can watch this from Bill Gates and say, "Oh man, he looks guilty," and you know what? He probably is, but there's no evidence, right? There's no true. He hasn't been convicted of anything. The only evidence is like an email that it basically he's saying that Jeffrey Epstein emailed himself. I don't know how true that is. If anyone has any facts about that in the comments, please let me know. Is Bill Gates lying about that email, man? What's going on? You guys will probably know a little bit more than I do because I'm freshly just reacting to this, right? So you guys are getting my live reaction. Let's get to the super chats real quick. We got, let's see. Dane sends in $5. She says, I'm here and I'm marked safe from being visually assaulted by Grace's Ho Hollister. Good Lord. Yeah, man. Listen, Grace, man, she exposed herself on my live stream the other night and I had to quickly, remove her from the stream. After the stream was done, we had to make a edit in between the stream. Shouts out to Tim M for giving me the timestamp, the perfect timestamp. We were able to edit out her panties showing online. She was basically trying to get me banned out here, man. Get me banned out here. Yeah. So that was that. Appreciate the support, Dane. So, yeah, you guys let me know. What is the comment saying about Epstein? Yeah, Tim M, I hope for some good debates tonight, too. Chris, appreciate the support, man. All right. All right, yeah, that's all for the super chats. Let's continue to react to this.
Some of the things that he has sent and some of the information about other people that has come up in those files has been true. Why would he do this and say this about you, do you think?
It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be.
All right, so Bill Gates is saying, he hung out with him multiple times, but he never went to the island. He never went to Epstein's island. I'm not sure how true this is. I'm sure chat knows. Chat, let me know. What you guys saying on TikTok? Do y'all think Bill Gates went to Epstein's island or what? What y'all think, man? All right, so we got some requests. Let's go ahead and accept these requests. On TikTok, I got requests. All right, let's go ahead and accept these. Maybe we can get some people on TikTok to debate. How do I bring them up? Auto accept requests. Yes. To allow. This settings applies to all live streams. All right. Auto accept requests. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's go ahead and do that. All right, how do I bring people up on here on TikTok? First time going live on my phone, man. Folks on YouTube, bear with me. Bear with me, Let's see. All right, 2, okay. Let's do maybe that. No. Okay, there you go. So Jonathan, you're up. Can you hear me? See if I could turn you up. Can you hear me, Jonathan?
Yeah, can you hear me good?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Right.
Talk to me.
What's up?
What's up, man? So it's an open panel debate night. We're debating, does God exist? So do you believe that God exists or no? Are you an atheist, skeptic, agnostic?
Agnostic. There you go.
Okay. All right. And all right, so you don't know if God exists.
Yeah, there's a possibility, of a greater creator. I'm not going to deny that, especially, some of the things that's happened, in my life and things like that. But, ultimately, I think that history itself kind of curved and debunked a lot of things. Now, I ain't saying all. I'm just saying a lot. I say one of them is, are you familiar with chromosomes? Where we, like DNA and things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so X chromosome came first, right or wrong?
Did the X chromosome come first?
Yes. I just
I
did
wouldn't.
like a huge.
What do you mean by come first?
Okay, so like there was other chromosomes, but didn't have sex chromosomes until later on. I would say somewhere in the million BC. The chromosomes generated another chromosome, which came up with the X chromosome. It wasn't until later on it mutated again into the Y chromosome. Now, if I'm wrong, anybody in chat, please, let me know.
Okay. All right. I get your position. Give me 1 second here. Let me just make sure they can hear you good on YouTube. Hey, everybody on YouTube, can you put a 1 in the comments if you can hear Jonathan good? Put a 2 in the comments if you can't really hear him good. You guys let me know on YouTube. Yeah, I'm just waiting for my chat to respond. Give me 1 second. All right, so we got some ones in here. Looks like y'all can hear them good. Okay, got you. All right, so you're giving a chromosome argument. Okay, so I'm not fully flush out your argument for me, so I can chromosome coming first and how this correlates to God not existing. And 1 second, I think scared experience.
Secret.
Okay, can you go ahead and mute yourself?
Okay.
Because I'm getting feedback from you. Thanks, man. And then when it's your turn to speak, just unmute yourself. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I'm just saying, if that's correct, if the X did come first, then it would therefore not really go with the Adam and Eve story.
Okay, so if the X came first, you're saying that if the X chromosome and how doesn't it go with God created everything?
Because the X chromosome is actually a woman gene, so actually woman came first.
Okay, and that's what you believe in then.
Well, I mean, it's more scientific. It's more like evident proof that it actually existed. We could tell by the mammals and their DNA structures and things like that from, bone marrow. We can go through teeth. There's different structures, like reptiles itself, didn't have the same genetic makeup as human beings, or mammals included. Birds, on the other hand, chickens, they had a large structure of chromosomes that, was compatible with human DNA.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand your position. So if you don't believe that God exists, do you then believe in evolution? Do you believe that we came from dirt?
Came from somewhere. And then that's a great point that you brought up too. Because one thing I like to, throw out there is, what's around us? What can we see, taste, touch, and feel? One thing that we see is that the ocean itself is about 75% water on Earth. When we look at our bodies, we have about 65% of water in our bloods. When we look at, trees and things like that, they breathe in the carbon dioxide and release the oxygen that we need. We look at the mushrooms. They're like the neurological aspect of it. And I'm not talking about the magic. I'm talking about just mushrooms in general can do remarkable things. The communication it has, things like that. But they coexist with who we are right now. Like we need zinc, we need iron, we need magnesium.
Yeah, I get your. I think I'm understanding your argument more. So, basically, you're stating that God doesn't exist because evolution and, things like that. So let me just ask you this. Do you only believe in things that you can prove or that you have evidence for then? Like, what's your reason for believing in evolution? Because evolution, there's no evidence for evolution as far as we know that things evolve. But as far as like, there's no evidence for that we came from sea creatures to then land animals to monkeys and then to humans, right? We can't observe that. There's no evidence for that. So what's your point and what's your reason for believing in evolution?
Well, neither can, mainly God himself. We can't really adjust for that. We can't understand, what happens to us when we die.
I didn't ask you about my position. I asked you to justify like what's your reasoning for believing in evolution?
All right. For one, I could look at humanity itself. With the pigment skin, how we became different people as far as like evolution, where we originated from. If we could go back to say Mesopotamians, there's really no structure according to that there was the God that we're talking about today. There's a lot of things in history, even like Constantine. When we go back to Constantine and the original God that transformed into what we call Christianity today, came from that man right there. And then we look at how Christianity came about. How did Muslims come about? How did Jews come about? How did Zionists come about?
You're not. Yeah, man, you're going on a rant right now. You're not on a tangent. You're not really answering like my question, my specific question, right? So answer this for me, just a quick yes or no. Do you believe, is one of the reasons why you believe in evolution is because you believe that we have like evidence, there's some proof of it?
Yes.
So now my next question, do you only believe in things that you have evidence for?
Absolutely not. That's why, I can argue on both sides. Because, there was personal, experiences that, in my life that happened that I cannot explain.
Okay, got it. And if you don't only believe in things that you can, that you can prove or that you have evidence for, I'm just trying to understand your full position for not believing in God, because again, evolution posits that things evolve over time and that things are random and also accidental. And if things are random and accidental, there's really no meaning or purpose for life. So if there's really no meaning, true meaning for purpose or life, then, how do you make sense of the world that we live in now with law and order? Why even have law and order if we're just molecules in a vacuum that's random and all accidental with truly no meaning? Why don't we just seek pleasure, be hedonists, and live life that way?
I wouldn't necessarily say all that, because that'd be chaos.
Well, I'm asking you, if we got here through chaos, if it's random and an accidental, because that's what evolution theory believes in, that things evolve over time and the human it was random, right? They really don't know how humans came about. It was random events. And also it was accidental. So if it's accidental and it's random, I'm asking you, well, how do we determine what's valuable and what's not valuable? Why don't we just live for, our own self-pleasures all the time? Why do we construct societies in ways with law and order? And if you're constructing it with law and order, it's because you view life to have some type of meaning and some type of purpose, right? But if it is true that you believe in evolution, then you have to take that to the end and like truly believe in it. Like if you truly believe in something, it's like, well, we're here randomly where there's no purpose to it. All right, my body has this nature and I get horny as a man. Well, I see something. Why don't I just take it? Right? But no, you can see something and you know not to take it because one, it will be consequences if you do an act like that. But not only that, you have like a heart for the other individual. I'm speaking about you, but I'm sure you get what I'm saying. Like, where does value come from? Where does meaning come from? Where does purpose come from if it's all random and all accidental?
I understand. And, a lot of it, I can agree with what you said. A lot of it is almost like we're just trying to, speak for I'm trying to stay
And 1 second here, Jonathan. We got let me see how many people we got in here. Everybody on YouTube. I'm live on my phone on TikTok, so we're gonna try to bring everyone up accordingly. But first, we got some people on YouTube coming through on stream. We got Hunter. We got Too Funny on FB. I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys up as well. For the people that's coming up on TikTok, for Sacred Experience, YD and Jonathan, do you mind coming over to YouTube? I'll go ahead and put the link in the comments. And it will be much easier to have we're still going to be live on TikTok, but it'll be much easier to get you guys up to really have the conversation so we can all engage. But
tap in on YouTube.
I got you. I'm going to go ahead and put if you go to YouTube, if you just type in No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube, the podcast will come up. You'll see the live stream. And then you can also, just click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments to join the stream.
Yeah, I'll be able to come like up on here live because I got a few questions I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, you'll be able to come up on here live, and you'll come up on my YouTube stream. It'll look much better too.
All right, because my camera ain't working on this. I might go do it now.
All right, YD. Yeah, go ahead and do that. So just type in No Fugazi. I'm also going to put the link in the comments. I'm going to do that right now on TikTok. All right, let me see. I'm not even signed in on TikTok. Let me try to sign in real quick.
I got you right here. I'm already live on my other phone.
All right, 1 second here. I'm going to try to do this. Let me sign in. All right, do it this way. Google, let's do that one. No, it's not sign up. Okay, I need to sign in. 1 second here. And then Jonathan, can you come on over to YouTube and we'll finish the discussion? It's going to be No Fugazi Podcast on YouTube.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, let me just switch my camera around real fast. All right. Yeah, I got you right there. Oops, sorry, you can't see me yet. There we go. Oop, there.
All right. Yeah, I don't see you backstage yet for the YouTube stream, so let me know when you get back there. And actually, I'm not sure why I can't sign in to TikTok. This is weird. All right, let's try it this way then. Let's go back. Let's do... Okay, sign in TikTok with Google. Okay, there we go. Let's do... All right, Jonathan, did you go over there yet?
No, not yet. All right.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead and could probably go ahead and end the TikTok stream. But actually, no, I'm going to put the link in this way on my phone so you guys got it. 1 second here, man. We do it live. My bad, chat. I'm trying to, everybody on YouTube, my bad. I'm normally more organized than this, but we're trying to try something new here, right? So let me grab this link. Should have did it this way. It would have been faster doing it this way instead of doing it the other way. Bro, how do I write comments on TikTok? This was crazy. Oh, okay, there we go. Bro, do it let me write a comment? I feel like a old, like one of them old cats that don't know how to use social media. That's me on TikTok, bro. All right, we got more people coming in for open panel debate night. I see y'all back here. All right, perfect. We got Sacred back here. We got JJ. We got Hunter. All right, cool. So you know what? Let's go ahead and get off of TikTok then. We exiting off TikTok, ending that live stream. And we're going to stay on YouTube. Now, all of you folks, we on YouTube now. Let me go ahead and see here. Okay, hello?
Oh,
Jonathan, right?
what's up, man?
Okay, all right, man. Let's go ahead and finish this discussion a little bit. So basically, you're stating that you're agnostic. You take the position that you do believe in evolution, that we came from basically dirt, right? Do I have that correct?
No. Now, if we go back to scriptures, then yes, we would, come from the dirt. But no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so real quick. Now, do you believe that we got here, that the cause of human existence is the Big Bang? What's the cause of human existence?
That I cannot say, and I can't even make a topic on, because that information is way beyond my knowledge and knowing. What I can see, though, I can see that there's always a positive and negative. I don't care if it's in an outlet. I don't care if it's in religion. I don't care if it's, whatever it may be. It could be emotions. We always are faced with three things: a negative, positive, and neutral. Even when we look at an atom, we see that same makeup, that same law that has to have what creates an atom. You still have your electrons, the protons.
I get you, Jonathan.
Yes.
The thing here is manipulation tends to happen when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things, right? So the debate topic is, does God exist? My argument is I take the affirmative position that yes, God does exist. I can demonstrate this with the tag argument, which is the transcendental argument for God. And we can go through that. But first, I just want to go ahead and get some understanding here. When you're speaking about things, you are starting here and you're assuming all of these other things. So if you're speaking about you started speaking about chromosomes, well, you're assuming many different other things prior to the chromosome, right?
No, all right. So the chromosome itself was adapted by other chromosomes.
Yeah, other chromosomes and things like that. I get it. It evolved over time. What I'm looking for you is I need you to demonstrate how we even got a chromosome, how we even got atoms, how we even got cells and molecules and things like this. You need to demonstrate how did those things come into existence to disprove my argument, because my argument is that all of those things are here because of God. God created everything, right? Your argument is, well, these things are here, but you give no justification to how these things got here. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I can see your point, and I understand it, and
Okay. So
don't get me wrong. Don't get me twisted on a lot of this stuff too. Because I'm like everybody else in this world. No one has evident proof. Not one person can tell me what happens when you die. No one could tell me, who is God. No one could tell me, what vast majority did God create in the universe itself, and did He create others like us? Somewhere out there. There's always the room for possibilities, and not to discredit that God does not exist, but to leave some wiggle room as far as why did He even create us in the first place?
Yeah,
You
but
know,
right now you're just begging the question, which is a logical fallacy, right? Your arguments is just getting to conclusions without proving any of it. So you're just making these assertions, going to making like
the
conclusions,
same go
but
with
without proving
religion.
anything.
Yeah, you
No,
can with God.
but
But how
no.
can
So
you
once
tell me that
again,
God actually created this? What
yeah. So
proof do
once
you have?
Yeah, once again, I believe that God created everything, and I can demonstrate this by using the transcendental argument, right? And the transcendental argument, in simple terms, would be the let's say I can justify it because it's the impossibility of the contrary. Let's just say that, right? So it's a paradigm argument. So the full paradigm of Christianity versus whatever paradigm you believe in. And if your paradigm cannot give any justifications or any accounts of how we got here, also things that we can't prove, like metaphysical categories and things like that, like truth, logic, reason. If your position can't give any justification on how we have these basically things that we can't see in the physical world, because they're not provable with any empirical evidence, and my argument can, then my argument stands stronger than yours. So I'll say this to you. Math, logic, reason, number theory, all of these things they basically transcend the physical. And there's no empirical evidence for these things. Like, you can look through a microscope and look at a cell, a molecule, and things like that. But there's more to the human being than just, the cells in us. Like, when you go to, you have thoughts. Well, where does your thoughts come from? Where does information come from? You're speaking to me right now, and you're utilizing sentences. Well, how do you have the ability to utilize sentences? How is sentences formed? Sentences formed with predication, right? And predication and sentences and all of these things take logic. But where is logic, predication, information? These things is not in the physical world. These things they transcend the physical world. They lie in the metaphysical world. So my argument gets very deep and detailed, and it's very abstract. I'm not sure if you're the type of individual that I can,
Absolutely,
fully flesh
man.
out the argument with, so you can
Yeah,
understand it. But
just one
does
thing.
that at least
I'll,
make a
I'll
little
show
bit of
you the
sense?
same respect. I'll show you the same respect as I will never treat you like you're ignorant, and please do the same with me. Because I don't know what you know, and you don't know what I know. So the things is, we just have to, kind of. We just have to be respectful and just have a discussion. This is the discussion, right? It's not a debate.
I
It's
wasn't
not
trying to insult your intelligence. What I'm saying here is I've been asking you questions, and you truly haven't been able to justify anything. You've just been begging the question. You've been coming to conclusions without you've been committing many logical fallacies. You've been coming to conclusions without any arguments and nothing to back up what you're saying. So what I'm going to do here is, don't go anywhere. I'm just going to put you backstage right now. I'm going to bring someone else up, but don't go anywhere. All right. Let's see here. We got, Hunter x Hunter. You're up right after, Sacred Experience. And then after Hunter x Hunter, we got Andre. Andre, I see you backstage as well. And then after Andre, we got Too Funny FB. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me hear your argument. Does God exist? Yes or no? No audio from you. Got to turn on your audio. Also, you're lagging, Sacred Experience. So you may want to like join through your phone. I know when we were on TikTok, you were joining through your phone, which the quality was better. I was able to see you better as well. So try joining through your phone. That should work out better for you. And then I'll bring you back up. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Hunter, does God exist?
Well, so you said you're using the transcendental argument for God. So that's like stuff like logic, morals, intelligence. You think that, you believe that it doesn't make sense. It only makes sense within a framework provided by God, right? So
Correct. Yeah. So I'll just go ahead and flesh out my argument for you guys to make it super simple. So X is the necessary, and shout outs to Jay Dyer. X is the necessary condition for Y. Y therefore X. So that's the argument. So we can go ahead and put God is the necessary condition for, life. We can put anything in there. So let's go ahead and put intelligibility in there. Intelligibility is basically how we can have logic, reason, math, theory,
Right.
all of these metaphysical
that,
categories that transcends the physical. So to make the argument simple for you, well, you do understand the transcendental argument then?
Right. Yeah, I
Okay,
get you.
got
I
it.
get you. One of the objections that I necessarily have to it is that conceptual necessity doesn't really necessarily guarantee ontological necessity. So something might be necessary for us to understand, but that doesn't prove it actually exists in reality.
Okay, so you're saying that logic doesn't exist in reality?
I'm saying that conceptual necessity doesn't necessarily guarantee ontological necessity.
Okay, so does logic not exist? Yes or no? Trying to
Yes,
understand.
logic exists, but to argue against that morality, logic, and those concepts, they can be founded on other things, not necessarily God.
Okay, so logic, morality can be found. What do you mean by found? How can you
They can
find?
they can be founded. The
What do you mean
that
by founded?
like what they mean. So morality, logic, and intelligence, things like that. Those concepts can be founded on other things, not necessarily God.
I'm not asking about what do they mean, right? I'm asking
You also
you
know what founded means, right?
what. I'm not sure what you mean by founded. Do you mean grounded? Like what grounded? What grounds these metaphysical
Yeah,
categories?
yeah. You could use that too. Yeah.
Okay. So my stance is logic, reason, number theory, information, the self, all of these categories transcend the physical. They have a different ontology than us. And these things, logic, reason, math theory, the self, which is the soul, which is consciousness, right? That, which is not consciousness, which is the soul, which is like your mind.
Your essence.
That is all grounded in God. Because does 1 + 1 always equal 2? Does 1 + 1 always equal 2?
Yes.
Okay, so that's universal, right? So even if human beings wasn't here, would 1 + 1 always equal 2?
Not necessarily, because there wouldn't be numbers if human beings weren't here.
How wouldn't it be? I'm not saying, that's not my question. I know the like numbers, like how we measure things. Human beings use that as a tool, but human beings didn't invent that. We discovered like math. We didn't invent math. We discovered math because by observing, we have eyes, by observing the outside world, we can see that things were constructed in an orderly way, in a logical way. So we just observed this. So we discovered what was already here. Right?
Yeah.
With that being said, if human beings wasn't here, would 1 + 1 still equal 2?
I mean, yeah, because math is math, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay. So if it's the case that 1 + 1 always equals 2, is universal, even if human beings wasn't here,
But that doesn't have to be grounded in religion.
No. What I'm saying is, you have to let me know what it's grounded in then. If it's not currently, what you're saying is that are you saying that, 1 + 1, the math theory itself is grounded in human beings? If it's grounded in human beings, we're finite, we die. So it can't be grounded in human beings, because if human beings wasn't here, you just admitted that math is still here. So I'm asking you, I'm asking you then, where are these transcendental categories grounded in? If you do believe they're not part of human beings, what are they a part of?
Well, there's like different interpretations of necessary preconditions. So they can be debated like using different philosophical views. So I don't really have a particular.
Well, give me one.
The uniqueness proof.
The uniqueness.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily prove the Christian concept of God. There could be other explanations for it.
Okay, so the uniqueness proof, it doesn't necessarily prove the Christian concept of God. It can be other things. What are those other things? Be specific.
So I'm trying to think. Let me see. The way to get specific about it. So I would say that a lot of things in nature can be like proven with like I remember earlier you were talking about
is math, logic, reason, the self, are these things found in nature? Did these things derive? Did they derive out of nature?
Yeah, you could say
now now you're in a contradiction, because if you say that if humans wasn't here, then 1 + 1 would still equal 2. Then would 1 + 1 be grounded in a rock? Can you find 1 + 1 in a banana? 1 + 1 equaling 2. Can you find that information and that?
No, but
concept.
What's your point?
Well, where is it grounded in? If it's the case, here's the simple argument, right? So the transcendental argument is undefeated. The reason why it's undefeated is because in my worldview, I can justify, meaning I can give an account to why we have logic, reason, math, language theory, the self, right? Like you being you. Are you, like you as Hunter, like, are you just your experiences in life? No, you're more than just your experiences in life, because if you were just what you've observed in your experiences, then you would just
argue that you are just your experiences in life, that like what your life is.
if you
of
are,
experiences.
yeah, what you're not. Have you ever been tempted by something and you chose not to? You chose otherwise. You made a different choice rather than what you've been tempted by.
Sure.
Have you ever made a choice that was outside of what you've observed and what you've experienced?
I'd need a little bit more context. Like, what exactly do you mean?
Okay, so
Outside of
hypothetical.
my worldview?
So yeah, so your experience. So we have like what you've been influenced by. What you've been influenced by makes up your experiences and how you perceive the world. So you have your internal experience, you have your internal influences and your external influences. Internal is like your biological nature, you as a man, your nature as a man, and then you have your external experiences, which is culture, your environment, where you were raised, your family, your upbringing, the school you went to, the shows you watch, the games you play, the sports you like, things like that. So you have internal and external. Have you ever did something outside of your internal or your external? Meaning, for internal, have you ever had a craving and chose, well, I'm not going to indulge in the craving? Have you ever had an external experience where it's like, well, I was raised in this type of situation, but maybe your father was an alcoholic, your grandfather was an alcoholic, you were around alcoholics your entire life, but you chose, so meaning it was a lot of temptation, you chose to not be alcoholic. Right. Have you ever did anything, has your will ever superseded the internal and external experiences?
Well, for sure, yeah.
Okay, so therefore, you are not your experiences. You are something else. And that is something else is not explainable through any empirical evidence of looking through a microscope and saying, well, how did he come to this decision? But his external experiences, it should have predicted that he should have walked left instead of right. Or with his external or internal experiences, it should have predicted that he should have been aroused by a woman, but he's gay. He's aroused by a man. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying here is,
and I'm not like what I'm like technically arguing for here is just I'm really on the agnostic side. Like how in science, if you want
one second, give me 1 second. My son, he's knocking on my studio door. Hold up.
No worries.
Hey, Eric. Hey. No, I'm working. You gotta go sit with mommy. All right. Sorry about that, chat. We are back. Give me 1 second. Let me just do some housekeeping for the folks that's tuning in live on YouTube. We're also live on Facebook as well. Anybody that's on Facebook that wants to join the stream, come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube, and I'll bring you on up. If anybody has any questions, comments, you can go ahead and send in a super chat, and I'll go ahead and bring your comment or question up on screen, and I'll read it out loud. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue with the conversation. Okay, Hunter, real quick. Sacred Experience, I see you back there. You're up next. And then AP, JJ, I still see you backstage as well. I'll bring you up again, man. And when we got AP, go ahead and turn on your camera. But go ahead, Hunter.
So yeah, well, basically the point that I'm trying to come from is, in science, and you want to prove something right, you want to try to prove it wrong. And so I'm very on the agnostic side. I just am in a point where I'm just going through the motions and, you know, putting everything that I know against um, the arguments that there is for, you know, just like, for example, you said logic and everything requires a transcendental source. Like I'm exploring that right now. I'm in that kind of.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you believe in science. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes, to a point, yeah, but
Yeah.
not
Do you
like
know that
dark. I don't believe.
evolution is not science?
Right, right. It's more. I would say it's more. You're thinking more along the lines of like Darwinism.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Do you believe in evolution cosmology theory that
I don't
basically?
believe Darwinism. No, if I don't believe like along those lines. I believe in natural evolution, and I believe in spontaneous evolution. Yes, it's been proven throughout science.
Okay, and what do you mean by so evolution? What do you mean by natural evolution?
Naturally developing, for example, like how an animal is in the wild is a natural prey to another animal. So this animal that's a natural
Okay, that's
prey.
fine, but how does that explain how we got here and even how the animals got here?
Well, there's connecting. There's things that they've done scientifically that connect our DNA to different animals that show us that we have shared ancestors.
No, that's an assertion. That's assuming something.
No, no, you can find. I don't want to like put on ChatGPT or Google or anything, but if you look it up,
Yeah,
there's
no,
certain things that.
I'm telling you, it doesn't even make logical sense, right? Well, you're like you stated something, but then you made a conclusion also while stating it. You said that in evolution they can in these certain animals they can look through a microscope and look at their DNA, and basically human beings share some type of ancestry, meaning
Yeah,
that we've came or they came, because it doesn't even say that did we come from the animal or did the animal come from us. Also, if we share some type of DNA structure, that doesn't mean, just by the word share, it doesn't mean that we came from them or they came from us. It just
but we can
means
also
that
get that from fossil records.
it's like, okay, put it like this. If I have two kids, right, and I have many kids, my kids would share DNA, right? They'll be siblings. Does this mean that my son came from my daughter or my daughter came from my son just because they share DNA? No, it's
No,
nonsensical.
I
So
don't
listen real
mean.
quick. No,
I'm
Hunter, real quick.
saying shared ancestor, shared DNA with an ancestor.
Oh, no, it's still the same argument, Hunter. Listen, if it's the case that you're looking at DNA and DNA shows that, there's similarities, right? There's similarities within this DNA structure. This does not mean that it's a shared ancestor. You would have to actually demonstrate how it's shared through some type of empirical evidence. It would have to show that these animals, years ago, their ancestors made it somehow, and then also we came from these animals or these animals came from us. You're just saying that what you're doing is you're using it shared, and you're coming to a conclusion that we came from the animals.
Well, it's not my
I have,
conclusion.
but listen, I have no. It doesn't make. What I'm telling you is, it doesn't make it. Is not science. Evolution is not science. They don't even, adhere to the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Sure.
What's the scientific method?
It's the process of which you conduct an experiment.
Yeah, it's the process of which you can conduct the experiment, but do you know how you conduct that experiment? It's okay if you don't know. Totally fine.
I mean,
It doesn't even really matter if you don't know, but if you just think about it logically, when you're reading these science books or, you're on YouTube and looking at stuff, they'll jump to conclusions, right? Oh, it's shared. And then they'll just jump to a conclusion. This means that we've came from a monkey. This means that the monkey came from the sea animal because it's shared DNA. I have a brother, shared DNA. Does this mean that I came from my brother? No. Matter of fact, I probably can share some DNA with someone that I'm not even related to. Does this mean that I came from my neighbor because we shared some DNA, or my neighbor came from me? It's nonsensical to assume just because something is similar or common that you came
it's
from.
Not really an assumption. I don't think I'm really assuming, because I can't find you the exact experiments right now off the top of my head. But there's there's genetic comparisons that show great similarity between humans and
it's
other
genetic.
primates.
We are 40%. We are 40. Our DNA is 40% compatible with a banana. Did we come from a banana, or did the banana come from us? You can Google it. We're like 40% DNA in common. Similarities.
Well, also what I'm saying is like I said, there's genetic comparisons that show great similarity between humans and primates, suggesting a common ancestor. Also, fossil records, they document transitional forms, like showing us how the human traits evolved over time. We also see
no, these are once again, Hunter, if they're speaking about fossils, most of the time they don't even know. Carbon dating, you don't get the exact date of, because they're probably using carbon dating about these fossils, right? Maybe these animal fossils, or maybe dinosaur fossils.
It is. That's who showed me.
Is it carbon dating? What process are they using to determine the age and how old the fossils are?
So it doesn't get into specifics. I didn't really ask it to. I just
come on, man. Use a Chat GPT.
Hey, you thought it was like I didn't know if you thought it was like a certain person I was watching on YouTube or anything. But while you were, I just typed in some evidence for evolution.
That isn't any evidence. Like that my argument isn't stating that things. I believe that things do evolve. I believe that human beings even evolve. Like malaria used to be rampant in Africa, and then the Africans' cells turned into a sickle shape, and then to fight off the malaria, I actually have part of sickle cell trait, right? There's other people that have like sickle cell anemia, and they like experience, pain and things like that. It's more like a disease, but I have the sickle cell trait in me, right? Which, because I come from, I guess, that part of Africa, and those humans evolved to fight off certain diseases. I do believe that human beings do evolve, right? That's what happens. Our immune system gets a little bit better. Like human being, that's what happens. But to say that we came from like another animal, or we came from a sea animal, or like a banana, just because there's some common DNA structures, within us and a chimpanzee or us and a banana. It doesn't mean that we came from that. But I'm going to go ahead and get some more people on here. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to put you backstage. I'm going to be bringing you up and Jay up as well within, I would say about within the next half an hour. But I want to speak with everyone first, and then I'll bring everyone up and we can all have, the open discussion. All right, let's go ahead and get on. So here's the order real quick. So we got a lot of people back here, actually. Appreciate everyone for coming back in that wants to debate this topic. So here's the order. We got Sacred Experience. He's up next. We got James. We got Link. And then we got Magic. And we also got Cuddy O. Cuddy O, you backstage too. I see you, Cuddy O. So here we go. All right, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's going on, man?
What's up?
So I'm getting some feedback. Do you have the podcast like on loud on your phone? On, like speaker or something?
Does it sound low?
Well, I'm just getting feedback when I speak, meaning that I can hear myself.
What about now? You still can hear it?
Let me see. Turn the volume down just a little bit more, I guess.
You hear me?
But now.
All right. Yeah, still feedback. Can you hear me though?
I can hear you clear.
Could you put in headphones or maybe that'll help?
Hold on one second.
Okay, give me a second here. See if that'll work.
Headphones is just to the computer. You still hear it?
All right, let me see. Yeah, I still hear it. What I'll do is we can I'll mute you when I speak.
Okay.
Yeah, so whenever I'm speaking, I'll just mute you so I don't get that feedback. But then when you're speaking, I'll mute you. So we'll do it that way, okay? Go ahead, man. The floor is yours. Does God exist? Give me your argument that he doesn't exist.
I believe God does exist. I actually wanted to join in. This is my first time being able to get on your live. I actually had a question, even though I do believe God does exist. I had a question for you. I didn't know if you do topic outside of what you already were talking about, but I had a different topic for you for relationships. If that's okay, I apologize. If that's okay with you.
You know what? Let's see. If it's something that can be a good debate, then sure. If not, then we'll have to move on. But go ahead. Yeah. Well, what did you want to debate me about other than does God exist?
I wanted to know, who do you feel is responsible for the state men and women are with each other today? Religion-wise, family-wise, like who do you feel like is responsible for where we're at as a country, you know what I'm saying, as a whole?
Okay, well, that's a question, like an open-ended question, but I want to know, like, what exactly do you want to debate about? Right, that's just an open-ended question to get my perspective on who do I think is responsible for the state of affairs that we're in right now. I can answer that question, but that's not going to get us anywhere. Just let me know, be direct. What exactly do you want to debate about so we can just get into the meat of the conversation?
Okay. So now, see, online, I see a lot of different people giving different opinions about the relationship between men and women, and I see women blaming men. I see men blaming women, and I feel as if as long as we don't try to go against the system that made us the way that we are as a people, it's kind of irrelevant to go back and forth about men problems, about women problems, about problems with our children. You know what I'm saying? I feel like everything other than addressing the main thing is pretty much irrelevant to me. And I see people, and like I see the relationship.
Okay, what's the main thing? What's the main reason on what's the main cause of the problem?
I feel like the main cause of the problem for us, I feel like we feel is a problem, but I feel like the system of our country designed our people, all of us Americans, designed us to be this way with each other.
All right, you're very vague, man. You need to be a little bit more direct. Did you come from a single mother home?
No,
You didn't. You have your father in your life?
but yes, I had my father in my life my whole life.
Okay, that's good. Well, you should try to speak a little bit more direct. You're vague right now. So once again, we're not even speaking about the topic of does God exist. We're speaking about more of the state that men and women are in. I asked you, well, who's the cause of this? You say like the country, but like be more specific on what you truly believe. So, because then we may agree or we may disagree. I'm like trying to understand.
I'm saying that I believe the system that we all follow as Americans, you know what I'm saying? The system that we follow from our government as Americans is
What's that system though? What's the system?
the American government system.
Yeah, like what do you mean? Explain. It's very broad.
Meaning, the social constructs of family, the social constructs of relationships, the social constructs of the roles of a woman, the social constructs of the roles of a man. Like all of this stuff was given, like it was put onto us. We were fed these things, you know what I'm saying, for our people to be this way. Now, you know what I'm saying? So I feel as if it's not men's fault and it's not women's fault, but I feel as if as I see people go back and forth every day, it's kind of like I see it as it's a man versus woman kind of debate all the time. You get what I'm saying? And I feel as if that the main thing that we need to unite for
What's the name of this system? Give me something specific. What ism? Socialism, fascism, feminism, what construct? What is it? Give me something specific that we can talk about.
Underneath the American government system. Would you agree?
Wait,
all of that stuff?
What'd you say?
All of that stuff is underneath. It's like an umbrella of the American government system. Would you agree or no?
No, man. Not no fascism or socialism. Feminism, yeah, feminism is under there for sure. Feminism is everywhere right now, though. Feminism has, not fully everywhere, but feminism has spread across the globe. But yeah, man. So listen, let me get some other people up here, man. I'll put you backstage. I'll bring you up again, but just maybe think about exactly what you want to argue about. Because right now you're a little too vague and my brain is moving so fast where I really can't, I don't have like the time to like dumb things down right now. And it's no hate to you or anything. I'm not like trying to undermine you or nothing. I'm just saying like, bro, I gave you many chances to be specific, but you wasn't specific. So it's fine. It could be like your first time coming up on stream, right? And I get it. And so just sit back there backstage. Get your ideas together and say, when I bring you on up later, coolly, boom, this is the system. Boom, this is why we are in the state of affairs that we're in today. And you know what? This is to blame. Just be a little bit more direct. Then we can get into it. I'm not going to like assume for you of what I think you're saying because I tried it and that still wasn't what you were saying. So I really don't know. All right, let's see. Link, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Does God exist?
Yeah.
Okay, you are a believer that God does exist. Okay, cool. So I'll keep you back here. I'll bring you on up when we start the full panel and get a lot of people up here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Does God exist? I can't hear you. No audio. Still no audio. I'll try again later. Maybe exit and then come back up. Try that. Let's see. AP, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What do you want to debate about? Turn your light on. AP. All right. No AP. He's just got a black screen. Okay. Moving right along. Let's go ahead and get Cuddy-O up here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Cuddy-O, does God exist?
Hey, depends on who's God.
You said it depends on who's God.
Would you say a creator, like the creator? Like a lot of people have a different belief or opinion of God, don't they?
I'm
right?
asking
you. I believe in a higher power for sure, right? But I just don't believe it's what people think it is, right?
Okay. Do you believe in the Christian God?
No.
Okay, what God do you believe in?
I'd be more so the God of Israel, just because of the beyond a reasonable doubt, because we really can't know. So beyond a reasonable doubt, the Torah kind of has more merit holding towards it, just in being consistent, and I guess, I don't know, more evidence, like, of a nation kind of witnessing a God rather than 12 people, disciples, right?
Okay.
And then so I don't know. But
so do you believe in like multiple gods or one God?
No. I just believe in a creator, right? A higher being, a creator.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Humans, we only use 10% of our brains. How can we actually know these answers?
Got it.
You
so
know?
But you do believe that God does exist?
Yeah, I do. I believe in one God, right? A creator.
Okay, what's your question?
I for you, because you've been talking about 1 + 1, it always equals 2.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, would 1 × 1 equal 1?
Say that. Does 1 × 1 equal 1?
Yeah. In nature, let's put this in nature. In nature, no one. Like in nature. In nature,
yeah, do you
just
know?
1 time.
So yeah, this is what who's the guy?
Terrence.
The guy that played in he was Iron Man. He played in Iron Man 1. What's his name? Terrence Howard, right? He couldn't understand the concept of 1 × 1 equaling 1, because his argument was, well, if you look in nature, if you just observe things, anytime you get 1 times a multiplier times another thing, it's never 1. But the concept, the mathematical concept of it, like the traditional mathematical, the traditional mathematical concept of it is 1 × 1, me, it's basically like a logical, is logic behind it. So like, I'm David, you can't be David. So it's 1 of me. So 1 times me is just going to be 1 of me. It's not going to be 2.
This is going to be you though. It's not going to be 1. Like here,
it's not going to be 2. It's not going to multiply. So it's an identifier. So the 1 times a 1 is identifying that 1. Like 5 times 1 is identifying that 5. It's an identifier.
Okay, now hear me out here. So you have, let's say, you said 1 human, right? But you have 1 human plus 1 human equals 2 human, right? You got a man and a woman. But now let's say that man and woman, they multiply. They get fruitful and multiply. How many humans are there? Minimum 1 kid comes out, right? So you got 3. 1 × 1 equals 3. Now, I can even push it further than Terrence and say, what if twins come out?
Yeah, you're not understanding the point of, I guess it's the point of why we say that 1 × 1 equals 1, or anything times 1, any number times 1 equals that number, because it's adhering to the law of logic. the first law of logic is the law of identity, right? So it's adhering to that law of logic, the law of identity, meaning that I know that it would be a contradiction if someone said that they're me. No, I'm me. I can only be me, right? So I identify as David Cooley. You identify as Cuddy O. So the 1 times 1 is identifying what it's referring to. 5 times 1 is identifying what? 5. So it's going to equal 5, right?
So why, but like,
so what I'm saying is the reason why in mathematics that 1 times 1 or just 1 times anything, the 1 is used to identify what it is, what's in question. That's all.
Oh, fair enough. But then, so what would you call the math when I like related that? Like, maybe the 1 to like be fruitful multiply. Maybe why in monotheism like homosexuality is wrong because you put one man, that's just 2 people, right? But if you put a man and then a woman and they multiply, they literally create so you have 1 species, a human, right? But somehow a man and woman they can multiply into a minimum of 3 humans. A man and a man couldn't do that. A woman and a woman couldn't do that. Right. So what would be the math for that then? Would we say ignore that?
No, that would just be regular addition, man. Get 1 man, 1 woman, they hook up. You got 3. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3.
Right. 1 plus 1.
We got real quick. We got Pete back here, and then we also got Brent. Brent and Pete. I'm gonna bring you guys up next. Pete, you're up because I seen you came in first, and then Brent, you're right up after Pete. But go ahead, Cuddy.
Oh, shit, I lost my thought. No, yeah, you put 1 man plus 1 man. I get that. That's 2 humans, right? So 1 human plus 1 human equals 2 humans. But if you put a man and a woman, they literally multiply. But a man and a man can't do that, and a woman and a woman cannot do that.
If they don't multiply, it's still Cuddy. You're looking at. That's not it's not an argument. That's just regular mathematics. That's just addition. If you get a man and a woman next to one another, if they don't have any sex and have a baby, it's still just gonna be 2. If they mate and she gets pregnant and she goes full term and has birth, then that's he just left himself. I'm not sure what he didn't understand there, but dang, let's move it on. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Pete, go ahead and let me know, does God exist?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you take the affirmative that God does exist. Okay. And Pete,
yes, absolutely.
I'm sure we're going to be bringing up some people to debate us then, since to debate me, you. We got Link back here. He's a believer that God exists. All right, cool. So I'll go ahead and put you backstage, and we're about to bring up a lot of people because we got some atheists back here too. So we're about to get things started for sure. And I'll bring you back up. Let's bring up Brent, you up next, but real quick. Wick Kid, what's going on, man? Talk to me.
I just wrote check private message.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look here.
Yeah.
Oh, was that on? Was that or was
yeah,
that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It was questionable.
That's
right?
very questionable.
Okay, thanks for catching
it
that,
could have been, yeah. So you got to watch that.
All right, appreciate you, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, that was a little suspect. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Does God exist? I can't hear you. No audio.
Okay, hold on.
I can hear you now. Yep. So does God exist?
Can you hear me now? Yes, he do exist. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and put you backstage, man. We're trying to get some atheists, some agnostics, some skeptics up here, and to have some good spirited debates. All right. So far right now we got JJ. He's backstage. We got Hunter. He's backstage, and those are the 2. I guess I would say agnostic and / believers in evolution. So they're going to be. I'm going to bring them back up shortly. Before I do so, though, let me go ahead and get to the super chats. if we have any. Are you guys supporting me today? I don't know. Let's see. See if we got any super chats today. We looking dry out here. It's a desert in the chat right now. Okay, fair enough. Totally fine. Right? Let me see. Okay. Almost missed this. We got Danes. Sends him $5. On TikTok, you can do a green screen of yourself with the video behind you. Also, if it's open on your Rodecaster, you can connect the phone via Bluetooth. Yeah, I'm not using the Rodecaster. Thank you for that, Dane. Appreciate that, actually. So I'm using the Zoom Pod Track, but I do have Bluetooth on the Zoom Pod Track, where I can, and also have the Black Magic design, but I can do it on the Zoom Pod Track. I can do that. I can Bluetooth it. So for next time, we'll do that. Okay. Appreciate you though, man. All right. Let's see. Go ahead and get that out of here. Get the likes up, chat.
All-powerful and all-knowing God can allow the widespread.
Oh, my man's studying. Hunter, are you studying over here, man?
Bro. Yeah.
Yo, Hunter is out here studying. He's ready. Jonathan, I got you back up here, man. So we're gonna open the panel up a little bit.
Yeah, man, I'm here. I'm cooking. Don't mind me.
No worries, man. So okay, cool. So Pete, I'm not sure how much you've been watching, but the whole thing. Oh, the whole thing. Okay. You have any questions then for Jonathan or Hunter, because they are basically non-believers?
Well, we would like how you stand on it, what you're asking them. We just substantiate what you're saying instead of going all over the place. That's all.
I'm sorry?
I said, just like you said to them and asked them the questions, is tell us why, what brought you here? Why, how did you get to believe this?
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'm still kind of waiting on that question. They really couldn't answer that question. So you guys, any of you guys want to take a shot at it? JJ, Hunter, you don't believe that God exists. So then how are we here? What's your give an account for why we exist and how we exist and things like that? If it's not God, then, what is it? And if it's evolution, then
all right,
you got to go ahead and demonstrate that.
I'll throw it in there. All right, because I mean, we trying to get the chat up. We trying to get the people pushing those like buttons. We trying to get the live stream popping. You know what I mean?
Let's get it popping. Go ahead.
Let's get it popping now. All right. So I see, no matter what, through all the live streams that I've been on so far, one thing I can say is that, it doesn't matter where you go or what you talk about, there's always going to be the negative and positive. Like I was saying earlier, there's always going to be a negative positive. No matter if you got all these great people, trying to strive to be good, you're always going to have that negative come in. And you're going to have those neutral people that, are biased between the two. They don't really take on the good side. They don't really take on the bad side, but you had that. On the other hand, when we talk about the math, the math was, 3,000 years before, Yahweh or Jesus was even talked about. Then we go back to, other religions, that dated back well beyond, Jesus and what we think of the Christianity, but when you talk about the Christianity though, who made it up? Where did it come from? Where did it originate? we look back at Constantine. That was the creator of Christianity, altogether with the Roman Empire. But then we look at,
He centralized it. He made it the official religion of the Roman
yes,
people.
yes, but
Yeah,
it's all
but
paganism. I mean, but what was
no,
paganism there?
you're
That was abominable.
asserting these things, like you speak about Jesus and you say that
No. These are
math
evident
was
proofs.
around.
This is proof. I mean,
No,
these
not
things
from the Christian, not
has.
from the Christian paradigm. Jesus is God, which means that from our belief, existence is, we are all here and we exist because of God, which means that Jesus was always here, and also Jesus in biblical scriptures was prophesied. So there was prophecy that Jesus was going to come anyway. So Jesus was in the conversation before he even got here within scripture itself. So you're making these assertions, but you're just wrong on what you're speaking about within our world, within my worldview.
Okay, all right. So your world, I mean that's debatable as saying that you could be wrong, I could be right, he could be wrong, she could be right. That's a whole mess of things right there, because you don't know what's right and what's wrong and who's up and who's down. Because if anybody can give me 100% proof, either way,
so
nobody can though. I can't prove to you
When you say
the
proof,
existence
you're
of
talking
human
about
beings'
math.
existence.
Proof
But
doesn't have
you
anything
can't prove to
do
me
with
that God actually exists too. It could have been a extraterrestrial life.
Fellas, real quick. One mic at a time, real quick, fellas. Because I know Hunter, you were speaking at the same time that Jonathan was speaking. But Jonathan, I want to make you aware that you are committing another logical fallacy, which is begging the question. Begging the question is basically you are assuming truth of a conclusion. You're saying without proving any of your claims. You're just stating that.
What proof would you like? I can give you the proof if you like. I mean, what would you like?
Yeah, you're saying, God, this, Jesus, Jesus didn't.
No, all right. Let's go back.
You're stating
We're
all
talking
these
about
things,
mathematical, right? Mathematical things. You saying that he was talking about earlier, like where math come from. Math came from an idea from a human organism, the brain. That's where we came up with counting to language, to other things, drawings, to let
So you believe that math derived from the human brain?
Why not? Why wouldn't
if that's the case, can you demonstrate that? Can you justify that claim?
How can I justify it? All right, with the markings and the tallings of the rocks that the human species created. Now, animals didn't do that. Other life sources don't do that.
That's not a demonstration. What you are demonstrating is how we use math. I want you to demonstrate how we have math. You say that it derives from the brain. I want you to justify
evolution. You even
If
said yourself that evolution can exist, and evolution is science. It's not a theory. It is science. That is, theory is science. And
no, I believe
evolution
that
is
things
science.
evolve. I don't believe that we came from sea creatures.
I didn't say that we did.
Okay, so then you're very vague on what you mean by evolution then.
Evolution through species, as mammals. We come from the mammal species. If not the mammal species, then let's say we came from God. Then,
Yeah.
right? So God puts us here.
Jonathan, real quick, let's take it one step at a time, so we
By
can
all
understand
means,
one another. In regards to you stating that math itself derives from the human brain, I want you to justify how math in and of itself derives from the human brain. And then I also want you to answer the question,
that's like saying, how
does
did
1
language
plus
come about?
1 always equal
I'm not
2.
going to go to that 1 + 1, 1 times 1. That's nonsense right there.
No, it is
All
not
I'm saying-
nonsense at all.
What that 1 times 1 = 2?
No, does 2 + 2 = 4 always? If human beings wasn't here, would 2 + 2 still equal 4?
No, but we could look at evolution. We could look at how medicines came, how we treat, how technology even exists now, how we are able to do more things now than we were,
You're not
200,000
understanding
years
my
ago.
question, though, Jonathan. I know that we can observe things by using our senses. I know that. That's not an argument. We can observe things, and we use math all the time to measure things. All of these metaphysical categories we use: logic, reason, math, language. I want you to justify, give an account on how we can use them and where they come from. You say that they come from the human mind, then please give me some type of evidence where in the mind there's a molecule or a cell called math and logic. And we tap into that cell and we use math and logic.
Well, how did cavemen come up with fire?
You're
know what
not
I'm saying?
understanding the question,
That's
bro.
asking me a dormant question there.
It isn't dormant. You just can't give an account for it.
To me how Adam and Eve got here.
So once again, now you're asking me questions.
I'm trying to ask a question as well.
If you can tell,
if I have to sit here and
get your live stream pumped up with thousands of views, and nobody's going to remember me tomorrow.
The thing is,
Jonathan, if you wasn't here,
I can play along. I can play along as long as
you want to play with me too.
You want to play with me too? I can play with you too.
Okay.
All right. Hey, stimulate my mind for a little bit.
Pete, I know you got a question.
Tell me
Pete,
your
I'll go ahead and let you.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you go ahead and ask your question right after Jonathan. What did you state? Go ahead, Jonathan.
I'm asking,
can you give me any evident proof right now that what you say, you can back it up?
Yeah. So here you go. Are you ready for the argument again? Because we already spoke about it, but I guess I'll expound on it a little bit more since I don't think you understood. The argument is very simple. I do believe that God exists. I believe that God created everything. Right? The planets, the earth. That's what I believe. And the reason why I believe this is because God is omniscient, eternal, and divine. God is not bound by time.
What proof do you have on that, though, to say that he's divine?
Okay. You gonna go ahead and let me answer, or you want to cut me off?
I mean, I was doing the same thing.
I was just giving you my position.
Eye for an eye, right? You're doing the same to me as I do to you.
That's not what it meant.
No, I wasn't doing that to you. I was asking you questions because you were never answering the question. I'm actually answering your question. So it's two different things.
I don't know. I don't understand how you're answering my question because you're saying that you believe
you didn't let me finish answering the question, and I'm answering it like directly. I'm being direct as possible with you.
Go ahead.
And now you're asking me another question on top of the question that I'm already answering.
We're back to the same question.
Which is gonna be answered within my answer if you want to hear it. Okay. All right. Cool. So once again, I believe that God is omniscient, divine, and he's eternal. God does not have a creator. There's a creator and the created. So if you think that God has a creator, you are making a category error because there's one God and he's uncreated. He's the only uncreated being or entity to exist. And God created everything else. My justification for this is the transcendental categories, the things that we do not have any empirical evidence for, but we utilize every day, like math, logic, reason, number theory, the self, right? These things they don't derive from the body. If they derive from the human mind, then 1 + 1 would not always equal 2. If it derived from the human mind, human minds are finite and we all die. So if numbers and math and logic and reason derive from something that's finite, why can we find the math theory and logic within the world itself? Because things was created in a numerical and orderly fashion, in a logical fashion. We find it. We observe it. We didn't create math, right? Jonathan, did you go somewhere?
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
Okay, you're still
I don't
here.
want to
Okay,
interrupt
got
you. I
it.
want to go ahead and get your point.
Once again, the justification for these transcendental categories, transcendental meaning what transcends the physical, morality, logic, math, number theory, information itself, language. Well, how do we know if I'm speaking that you're able to understand what I'm saying and I'm able to interpret what you're saying, right? How do we understand that if we just come from evolution, right? So what I'm saying is God is the grounder for all of these transcendental categories. All of these transcendental categories work in uniformity. You can't have math without logic and vice versa. You can't have knowledge at all without, morality, without logic, reason, predication, induction, deduction. You can't have all of these metaphysical categories by itself. And you can't have one without the other. They all work in uniformity, which gives us intelligibility, right? And I'm saying that God, my justification for this, the belief in God, the belief that we have one creator that is eternal, almighty, divine, omniscient, is how those things have uniformity and is grounded. And this is how 2 + 2 always equals 4, no matter if we was here, because God is eternal. It's not grounded in a finite being like us. So that's my demonstration for the belief in divine command, in divinity. That's the justification for it. It has to be, since we utilize all of these transcendental categories and we can't have one without the other, something must be grounding it. It's not the human mind, because the human mind is finite. What is grounding it? The thing, the entity that has to ground it must be omniscient. It must be divine. It must be eternal. So I'm pointing to God for the justification. Make sense? That's the argument.
Still, you didn't present any evident proof. Only thing that you was basing it off of was just logic. The evolution we can speak to each other, that we can write, we can climb, we can walk, we can run.
Here's the proof. I'll give it to you. The proof is the impossibility of the contrary. That's the argument. The impossibility of the contrary. All of these transcendental categories has to be grounded in an entity that is divine, omniscient, and eternal and unchanging, or we won't exist at all. This earth wouldn't be here if it wasn't constructed and created in a numerical fashion, in a logical fashion, which means that the God that created it is logical.
Logical. Right?
Right?
You say that logical?
Okay.
All right.
I don't think he understands the argument.
No, I understand. So, I mean, let's go back to Joe, or let's go back to the Pharaoh. One of those two things you said we have free
I didn't
will
even
on.
bring up
Right? I
biblical
know.
scripture at all.
I'm coming up on some. Just bear with me if you don't mind. I mean, if not, we can skip past that. It's all good.
Real quick, actually, Jonathan, wait 1 second. Pete did want to ask a question though, so let me get Pete involved. Pete, go ahead. You had a question?
here's what I want to. Can you just tell me how the Earth is angled properly? If we were a degree closer to the sun, we'd burn up a degree back, we'd freeze. And explain how we evolved with our bodies. They're perfect. Organs, everything's in place exactly where it needs to be for reproduction. So explain how we came about that. Just those two things.
It could be hydrogen matter. It could be the creation of the things that's around us in our solar system anyway.
It's traits that we took on that are best equipped for us for survivability, that were the best things that we took on over hundreds of thousands, millions of years.
Well, why do you need to survive? What's the point of surviving?
Well, no one's figured it out. That's like a sort of big philosophical question.
Well, you're asking. Well, you answered the question and said, "Well, we have it for survival. It's a survival mechanism." I'm asking you from the position of an from the position of
for survival.
But from the position of evolution, things weren't created for survival because evolution posits that everything is just random events occurring in motion and is accidental. So it's purposeless and it's meaningless. So why survive if under the belief that everything is purposeless and meaningless, why survive?
Well, just because you can't add a religious aspect to it doesn't mean it's purposeless, because you can't find a purpose without interjecting religion.
No one's introducing religion. I'm speaking about telos.
What's that?
Purpose. Telos. Purpose. It doesn't have to mean like religion. I'm speaking about what is you saying survive. Well, why survive? Why not you? Why would you want to survive? Like if you're saying that, well, the purpose for this was to survive, but what is the purpose for survival?
As a species, we really don't know. It's sociologically, we don't know. We just know that we want to live and we want to project ourselves into the future.
But real quick, then that would be a contradiction, because within evolution, there is no purpose. There's zero purpose in evolution.
How do you say there's zero purpose in evolution?
Your evidence
That means
for that.
if it wasn't for evolution right now, you wouldn't be sitting here on this podcast.
If it wasn't for the ozone, created the earth, the water, the air, so perfect that it was a oops.
It's not perfect. It's not perfect though, my man. It's been moving out in space. The moon's been moving away from us.
One mic at a time. Jonathan, let him
There's
run his plane. Go ahead,
no
Pete.
need to get hostile. There's no need to get angry. We're talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead, my man.
No, I said my voice is jacked up a little bit. No, I'm trying to say, so the ozone to protect us, the moon and other planets that hit the meteors hit us or don't hit us, the air, the nitrogen, the water that we drink, the air we breathe, the trees that filter the air. That's just oops.
These are all organic matters that could be made up of genetic makeups.
So real quick, let me so this guy, come up on the podcast. I see you said that tag equivocates on grounding. No, there's no equivocation.
I'm not angry at all.
There's no equivocation that's going on here at all. By grounding, I mean it's unchanging, right? So something that is universal and does not change. That's what I mean by grounding. And when tag does not equivocate on grounding. And if you believe that, come on up and demonstrate it. Click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. You can come on up. And if we have any other atheists in the comments, don't be afraid. Don't be a comment warrior, right? Actually, come up on stream. And you know what? I'll even allow you guys. You don't even have to have your camera on. I'll allow it for right now. Since Jonathan is in the dark, I'll allow it that you guys don't even have to have your camera on. You can just come on up and we can have the debate. But go ahead.
And the thing is, I wonder how many
Jonathan, real quick, go ahead.
Religious aspects are out here, and they say all these nasty things.
Jonathan, real quick. Go ahead, Pete.
Just in the Bible, right? If you look when every chapter was written or verses of that, you can see when they were written. So it said in there that the Messiah would come from David's lineages, like 400 years before it happened. So how? And they proved it with the Dead Sea Scrolls, because that was the oldest things that they just found where it states that to substantiate it. So how is the Bible prophesizing 400 or 500 years before it happens? And then when, like, say, John was written, that's what it's written. And they could prove that when these were written. So how does that happen? I mean, people say it was written by me.
Technically, I don't think that it.
Sorry, what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The Dead Sea Scrolls were tiny little fragments of papyrus that they filled in largely.
Yes, that's right. Right. But there was some of it that substantiated what the Bible prophesied. And you can find when these books were written, and they were written like 200 or 300 years apart. It's substantiated. So that's all I'm asking is, how is that not proof to say this was not written just by man? Because we ain't that damn smart.
How is what not proof? Like the Bible?
How is when, like, say, I'd have to look at the Bible, but say, shit, I can't remember what Psalms or whatever. How is that prophesized or whatever, and says whatever it was prophesizing, and then it was substantiated 400 years later. I mean, it was written about 400 years before, and then it was 400 years later that it was prophesized whatever the Messiah was coming. How did man just come up with that randomly?
I mean, from a logical standpoint, you could totally use religion to seize power and do whatever you wanted with the land that you are.
Well, the Pharisees did do that. It says it in there. The Pharisees did do that.
Yeah. So then, how does that make the Bible a reliable source for anything that's factual?
Because one of the books that was written in there was written like 400 years, prophesizing something that happened 400 years later, and it was
talking
written.
About Psalms 22. Seems like that's what Chad is saying.
I can't remember. I'd have to look into. I have to reference back to the Bible.
I feel like the Bible is as much proof of God
where it says David's bloodline, where it says King David, his bloodline, Messiah is coming from him. So when that was written, that was 400 years before, and then the Messiah came. And it came from, if you track it down and do your due diligence, it'll show it did. You can backtrack it where it came from David's bloodline. So. Yeah. And this was foretold 400 years or so before it happened.
Yeah, that's a good argument, Pete. But you know, they're not gonna be able to argue that, because I don't think that they really even care about biblical scriptures that much.
Well,
I mean, if you want to throw out some scriptures, I mean, we can.
There's proof when this was written, and it's proof when this one was written. So
yeah. So we can just do this. It's very simple for Hunter and Jonathan, right? Super simple argument.
Well, I have a couple questions too.
Okay, yeah, I got you. But within your paradigm of belief, right? Within your belief system, your paradigm, if you cannot justify or give an account for the transcendental categories, logic, reason, number theory, the self, induction, deduction, predication, all of these things that transcend the physical, if you can't justify that, but we can justify that from our paradigm, the Christian ethics paradigm, then this would...
You want to prove again.
This is a defeater, right? This is a defeater, meaning that we are...
Stalemate.
Proving that God exists, because you can't prove the things
God exists because God exists
that you use every day. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. God exists because God exists.
So, like, simplify it. God exists because of the soul.
Do I have to do the argument again? I don't think you guys. Maybe we need to get some other atheists up here, man. You guys aren't
I get
truly
the
understanding
argument.
what
You're
I'm
just
saying.
using God for everything. Like you're saying everything is explained by God. Yeah, it is an easy argument to put forth.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It's not a circular argument like that. I'm not saying God exists because God exists. I'm stating this, man. I'll say it again. X is the necessary condition for Y. Y, therefore X. Does that sound circular to you?
I don't know how X and Y chromosomes proves the existence of God.
What the heck? I'm not talking about X and Y chromosomes. I'm giving you an example. I'm about to give up. All right. So the argument is this, man. Let's speak about the transcendental categories again, right? I'm saying that God is the necessary God creates the necessary conditions for these transcendental categories, like logic, reason, math, the self, induction, deduction, predication, information, language, how we can interpret one another, how we have the ability to understand one another and interpret things. God is the necessary condition for the things that transcend the physical that we utilize every day. We're speaking and using sentences. These things don't derive from the physical. God is the necessary condition for that. We have
Now,
that.
how is
Real
the
quick,
necessary
listen. Let me just finish. We have these transcendental categories. So Y, therefore X. Since we have Y, which is these transcendental categories that we utilize every day that you're using right now to make sentences, therefore God. My belief in God.
It suggests the created suggest creator.
Yes, bro. How sweet potato pie, right? How do you get sweet potato pie if you don't have a baker? There's many different ingredients for a sweet potato pie, right? You got to have some white or brown sugar, got to have some eggs, got to have, the sweet potatoes itself, the mashed sweet potatoes. There's many different ingredients to have sweet potatoes, right? And the baker is what puts all of that together perfectly with perfect measurements to have sweet potato pie. God, right, puts everything together for everything to exist. Everything that you are looking at, you can see that it was created in a numerical fashion and in a logical fashion. And with human beings, we can speak and create sentences and understand one another and interpret things. Where did these things come from? They don't derive from the mind. Because
they
these
don't
things
derive from
would
the
be
mind. They definitely don't derive from evolution. So can you tell me? Can you tell me
Jonathan,
how far back? Just a moment, please.
Okay, Jonathan, real quick. What did you just say? You said that they do derive from evolution, or they don't?
No, I was being sarcastic when I said that.
Oh,
because
okay.
The whole time you were saying that that it cannot be possible that evolution or human beings cannot evolve and become who we are today if it wasn't for God. Now, can you tell me how far we date back as far as the last gold that was dug up? Where was it found and when was it found and how many years did it date back?
Real quick, let me just do some housekeeping. We got Grant, we got Magic, we got Ford, turn on your camera. We got Javar backstage. We got someone named God backstage. I'll bring up you guys shortly. Let me go ahead and bring up Grant because he was waiting, and then I'll go ahead and I'll answer your question.
Why y'all gotta be so mean and rude?
Grant, real quick, I just want to see what position you're on. Do you believe God exists? Jonathan, hey, Jonathan, you gotta be quiet. I gotta mute you right now. Grant, does God exist or no? Are you an atheist?
Yeah, there's no evidence, and I don't.
No evidence for God. Okay, got it. Cool. So this would make for a good conversation then. Jonathan, I'm going to unmute you. Okay, Jonathan, go ahead and ask your question again so I can give an answer to it.
200,000 years, if not 250,000 years, is when the oldest human being was dug up and discovered, and that was in Africa. Now, if we date back, I mean, that's 250,000 years ago. Jesus and Yahweh, just the Mesopotamian Arabic culture, where that actually derived from the Abrahamic to Judaism, all that with the paganism.
I think I get your question, but your question is,
Just a moment.
I disagree.
I'll try to wrap it up. I'll
Okay,
try
go
to wrap it up, my man.
ahead.
All right. So when we go back to paganism, we lived hundreds of years after that. Then we go into this, the Constantine and the Roman Empire with Christianity. With Christianity, Muslims believe it's almost identical to the Quran as it is to the Bible. Same people in it, different, maybe a little, twerk here and there. What they think is that Muhammad was the first and last prophet. They think Jesus was
Jonathan,
a disciple just like David.
I get your point,
right.
Jonathan.
But you cannot justify that the Muslims are different from the Christians and the Hinduism
Jonathan, you're like
is different
all over
from the
now.
Jews.
Real quick, bro. You're all over. You started at one point. You made
My
some assertions.
point was-
Real quick, listen. You started speaking and you made some assertions that you would have to demonstrate. You would have to give some evidence for. You said that, well, we have evidence. You just asserted that we have proof that we found, I guess, the oldest human being to be 200-something thousand years old.
Yes.
And how did they prove that? Was it through carbon dating?
I believe it was carbon dating.
Okay. And do you know
But,
that's
you know,
a flawed metric in finding out the age and how old something
You are more
is?
than welcome to back and prove me wrong on this. Either way, it was still 250,000 years, even though.
No, it isn't. You
All
are
right.
making.
So what about
demonstrate
other
how-
civilizations
Okay,
that's
listen.
5,000 years?
Demonstrate how scientists can prove that something is 200,000 years old. A bone is 200,000 years old by using carbon dating. Please demonstrate that, because carbon dating is flawed. And I can demonstrate how it's flawed, but before I even do that, you would need to prove how they can actually determine an exact date of how old something is. Crickets. You can't.
No. All right. So, I mean, you saying the same thing, my man.
No, I'm not saying the same thing.
All right. So let me. Can I look it up?
That's not my
argument. Do you
argument.
mind if I look it up? Would it be a crime if I looked it up just to make sure I fact check myself? Would that be a problem?
Listen, I'll give you time. Even if you look it up, you're going to be stating the same thing you're stating. I'm asking a different question. My question, what you need to look up, is carbon dating 100% accurate for finding out how old something is? You will find out that it is not even barely in. What'd you say?
It is flawed.
Yeah, I know it's flawed, Hunter. I don't think that he understands that.
No. Everything's flawed, man. Space is flawed. We give room for technicalities.
All right,
we give room for evolutions. We give room, just like with anything else. I mean, even with the Bible, man. We take context, and rewrite them, and then you have other Christians out here, preaching the wrong gospel.
All right, we gotta get some other people up. He's not understanding. Nothing, no hate on you, Jonathan, but let's get some other people up. Grant, I see you in here. Hunter, Grant, right before you go, Hunter, you had a question. What's your question, Hunter?
Yeah, my question was this was one of my arguments I wanted to ask you about, and it's basically God's all powerful, all knowing, and all good. Then evil shouldn't exist. So why does evil exist?
Hunter, that's because the way you view God and you just don't understand Christian ethics. You don't understand my worldview. Want me to give you my worldview and justify that? Here's my worldview. Here's my justification, right? God is the first cause of everything. In biblical scriptures, it says that God he separated the dark from the light. He created the heavens. He created the earth. He created man. He created the animals. He created man. He created woman from the man. After all of his creations, God said it was good, which gives it a moral standard. Everything God created was good. God created human beings to be special, sentient beings, right? And human beings, he created them to have a secondary cause, which means that the things that human beings decide to do, God doesn't cause. Human beings are special, right? So you ask, well, if God is all good and all knowing, why is it all of this evil in the world? It's all of this evil in the world because people moved away from God. People disobeyed God. People chose to do bad things. God did not make them do those bad things because human beings are special and they have the ability to be the secondary cause.
So so how do you explain pointless suffering? Like, why does a deer burn to death in the middle of the woods?
The fall of man, Adam and Eve biting the apple, removing themselves from God's grace. And the world currently is in a fallen state. And every human being that is born in a world that has a lot of sin and a lot of suffering. So once again, God created everything to be perfect. Well, I would say good. God is perfect, but he created everything to be good, right? After every creation, he deemed it good. Say that again, Hunter?
Then why does evil exist?
Because man.
Because man did what?
Because man chose to disobey God.
So because man chose to disobey God, that's why animal burns his whole body and suffers and dies in the middle of the woods?
Yeah.
That's not logical.
Everything fell into an chaos, basically, after Adam and Eve chose to disobey God. Really, Adam. Eve, that chick could have bit the apple, and if Adam didn't bite the apple, right, metaphorically, basically, that's what it's saying. If Adam didn't choose to disobey God, then that chick would have died. God would have just made him another chick. He would have made Brittany or Sarah.
How does humanity sinning affect animals?
Look, God would have been like, oh, look, if Adam didn't bite the apple too, Eve would have bit the apple, and God would have went back like, yo, she just bit the apple. Oh, now that chick dies. Let me go ahead and create you another being from a rib. Give me another one of your ribs. When you put you to sleep, create another being from your rib. Now you got another chick, and we will name her Sarah. And if that chick bites the apple, oh, you know what? Now we got to create you another being. But once Adam bit the apple, that's when the world fell into sin, a fallen state. So that's my position. That's my belief. That gives a clear justification how God doesn't create the evil, how human beings create the evil.
Human beings don't create pointless suffering.
Once again, human beings disobeying God. Do you understand that the world was different? Okay, real quick. Do you understand that even the world was different before the flood?
Right.
Very different.
According to the Bible,
even there's speculation out there as far as no evidence based, but there's theories out there because they find very big bones. Like, well, how did things grow this big? Right? How did things grow? Like the oxygen must have been more, fresh and everything. Things was growing bigger. Things really don't grow that big anymore. So the world was different prior to the flood. And prior to the flood, we wasn't, I would say that prior to the fall of man and a flood, probably wasn't even those many type of natural crazy events happening. But after the flood, which God flooded, real quick, because God flooded the earth because human beings was a lot of sin that was going on. It was like, oh, you're acting crazy. Let me go ahead and flood the earth. Noah built the ark, get some animals, this and that, right? So it was a restart. After that restart, the world was much different. That's the theory behind these things, of these natural events, these storms and these the weather changing and volcanoes erupting and the tectonic plates, I think that's how you say it, separates and things like that. That all happened after the flood.
I mean, that happened before the flood too. But all that can be explained.
I don't think that happened before the flood. I think that happened after the flood. But anyways,
tectonic shifting and erosion and yeah.
Yeah, I think that happened after the flood, or the flood is what maybe made that happen. But anyways, let me get to who's okay. Someone's making mad noise. Javar? Someone got.
I think that's Javar.
Is it Grant?
That's Javar's. No, not mine.
Hunter?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Hold up. Oh, it's Javar's. Okay, hold up. Let me just make sure. Okay. Javar, I don't know where you at, but just turn your camera on and you're up next as far as, stating your position. But go ahead, Grant. Let me hear you out, man.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I would just want to touch on one position or one point you made about carbon dating. There are ways in which we know that the closer we are to modernity, modern times, correct? The dating is far more accurate. The further you go, correct? You have a much broader window that you could be in, okay? And another way in which you look at sort of bones, let's say, would be within the sediment, because the sediment would tell you about the time it more likely was landed in that space. So an example would be if a volcano erupted and we know the time that the volcano erupted, it would have a sedentary area. That marking would say, at this particular moment, this bone is here, so we're going to date it around this particular range. Now, it doesn't mean it happened at the end or beginning or et cetera, but it can only happen within that window. Now, I do think the arguments for apologists is to question science while having no science in a sense, because, fundamentally, if you can sort of demean sort of thought or education, it allows for you to use sort of anecdotes and to some extent misinformation in order to tell those stories. So another example would be, obviously you grew up in a modern world with modern science. You heard about flooding, you heard about Pangea. That's why you talked about the lands moving apart, correct? In essence, it doesn't fit within Christians' view of the 6,000-year-old world, which is typically what most Christians think, or a lot of Christians think. Now, some
it's around, between, 6,000 to 10,000 years old.
Yes.
6 to 10,000.
But we know for a fact that Pangea had happened millions of years ago. But
that's not a fact, though. That's you are asserting that that's a fact. It's not a fact.
For someone who is not schooled in that discipline, yes, for you that's true. But
are you schooled in that discipline?
But for professionals, that is true.
Are you schooled in that discipline?
I would explain one thing. I am not a professional football player, but I most certainly will listen to a professional football player about how to play football.
Are you schooled in that discipline? Yes or no?
I wouldn't. No, I'm not.
Okay.
But I'm reasonable enough that I shouldn't come to you for those answers either. So
what's the scientific method? What's the scientific method?
You already had that answered, I'm assuming, earlier in this, because that is the trope that you guys go to. The scientific method is always going to be, you start off with a hypothesis, correct? You're going to test your theory.
No, you skipped two things already.
Okay.
Don't
All
start
right.
off with that. So you are appealing to science, and you're speaking about carbon dating, and you don't even know the scientific method on how they do carbon dating. You said start off with an hypothesis. You don't start off with an hypothesis. You missed 2 steps. Actually, you missed 3 steps.
Okay.
If I'm accurate, you missed 3.
Okay, go give me the steps, sir.
There's an observation. That's step number 1. Then you ask a question after you observe something. After you observe something, then you research. Right? You observe, ask a question, you go out there and you do some research. After you do some research, then you build an hypothesis.
So do you think you get to an hypothesis without observation? I mean, is that
Can you
sort of
get
tricky?
to a hypothesis without an
Is
observation?
that the trick? I get this. Is that the trickery you get sort of engage in to sort of have the
No, it's not trickery. It's not trickery. It isn't. Listen, it isn't trickery. You came up here and tried to school me on carbon dating, but you don't even know the scientific method on how they do carbon dating. You said that they come up with an hypothesis. They do not.
Yes, in order to have that hypothesis, you would more than likely have to have some observation. That is how you come up with that hypothesis. You just don't sort of pop up and say, I didn't see something, therefore I'm just going to come up with something. I mean, I didn't know we were going to go through every step, but I appreciate you helping me out. And I'll also note that the Earth started 6,000 years ago.
What I'm saying is when you're speaking about carbon dating, right? My argument
you want to
is...
throw in transcendental in there as well, because I think that's one of your key words.
Are we speaking about transcendental categories right now or no?
I mean, I think that's the part that you kind of do. You just sort of throw things out.
I don't have to defeat you by speaking about transcendental categories. I can defeat you by speaking about the things that you're speaking about because you started speaking about carbon dating. And that's what I'm doing. Does carbon dating guarantee that something is that exact age or that old? It does not. It can't even get it in a 80 percentile of it's like 80%.
Calibration requirements.
Yes. So you are.
I couldn't even hear you. What you say, Hunt? I couldn't even hear you. What you say, Hunter?
Carbon dating. It's not accurate to say it's flawed. It's more accurate to say it has specific limits and like calibration requirements. But scientists don't look at those.
The thing is, I'm saying that it's flawed because you guys assert how old things are, but you don't actually know. Right? You don't know how old these fossils are. You don't know how old these findings are.
But the difference between you and us is this: that we can accept that we don't know, and so we don't throw God into the gaps of our knowledge, and we try to appeal to people who actually we perceive based on some evidence that they have studied and understand it, and so we don't end up making up evidence, placing God within those gaps, and then trying to make it seem as if we thought thoroughly through it. And I think that therein lies the problem here. In essence, we're not making some assertion, and you're making an assertion based on something that is not even asserted by anyone.
I'm telling you that carbon dating.
You are telling me, but you're still making an assertion, correct?
No, I'm not. Carbon dating. No, I'm not. Listen.
Your assertion is first that carbon. Your assertion is that someone who was talking about carbon dating is saying that is 100% accurate. That's false, correct?
I didn't say that it is 100% accurate.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say it anywhere.
No.
It doesn't
listen.
say it anywhere. Maybe,
I did not say.
Maybe in the book that tells you the Earth is 6,000 years. But again, I'm assuming that whoever you're going to
you're misinterpreting my position, right?
No, I'm interpreting exactly the way you said it. It's just that you can say you can make those assumptions and those.
You're not. No, Grant. You're not understanding what I'm saying, Grant. But real quick, big Javar, are you? Do you believe that God exists or no?
Yeah, I believe. I'm with them on it. I can articulate a little better than them. Give them my understanding. But yeah,
you up next. Let's give Grant the floor. And you're up next. I'll have you state your position and stuff as well. But as far as Grant, right? So. Grant, do you take the position of evolution then? What's your position of why are we here? Like, if you don't believe it, like if you don't believe that God is the reason why everything exists, what's your belief? Is it evolution? What is it?
Are you talking to me?
I think
No, I'm talking to Grant.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the evidence is quite clear that that evolution is the most likely argument for how humans have come about. And I think people misunderstand it, and they think that we came from monkeys or monkeys came from us. I think the difference is those who don't understand evolution make those mistakes in those arguments. We do have a shared common ancestor, and DNA just obviously we can share DNA with our brothers or sisters or daughters, but that isn't how it works in the sense of because someone shares that DNA that somehow you came from something if they're brother and sister.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, I think those are quite fallacious arguments. Unfortunately,
it's not a fallacious argument. That's what someone tried to argue and posit. But me and you would agree on that one specific point there. That wouldn't make any logical sense. So if it's the case that you do believe in evolution, and like explain for me how things come into existence. Is it like Big Bang cosmology theory? Like, is it the Big Bang? And then how do we exist? Can you give me your evolution theory behind it?
Evolution is not cosmology. Cosmology is dealing with how the universe was created, correct?
Yeah. Well, I'm asking both. Like, how was the universe created, and how were we created? Because we do live in a universe, so the universe had to be here first before we were here. So where did the universe come from?
It came from what is known by most as the Big Bang theory.
Okay.
And in essence, I know the retort typically is, well, then what created or came before it? And the answer is they don't know. But for those who want to answer it was God, then the question is then who created God or what created God? And we can end at an infinite regress in that answer too.
It's not an infinite regress.
What creates a creator? But at least we know that there was this moment before this explosion.
That's a category error, Grant. That's a category error. The category error that you're making is assuming that everything needs a creator.
No, I'm not making that argument. I don't think it needs a creator at all.
No, well, if that's what you just said. You said that then if God created everything, then who created God?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, in essence, before the Big Bang, again, we don't necessarily know, or they don't know. But the gap to fill that gap is to say it's God. But
it's not a gap.
Sure.
Yeah, and the reason why it's not a gap is
it's a gap in scientific knowledge, not necessarily, and maybe religious knowledge, but
it's not even a gap in scientific knowledge at all, because it would still adhere to that. Basically, if you believe in Big Bang, right, and everything derived from the Big Bang, I would ask the question, then what created the Big Bang? If you say that, well, the Big Bang doesn't need a creator, the Big Bang just happened, that's your stance then, right? Because you said that.
It could have been Zeus. It could have been Poseidon. It could have been any number of dead gods that we ignore now. But we can call it God. We can call it whatever we want. But that doesn't mean there's proof, and it doesn't mean you have to. We need to make that argument. But let's just say that.
So I need to know what you truly believe in. Do you believe that God created the Big Bang?
No, there's no evidence for that.
Okay, so all right, so then. There's no evidence for it. There's no reason to believe in it. So then you only pretty much believe in things that you have evidence for.
Yes. But I also know that the wind exists before we get to that as an argument or some other supercilious notion that because I don't necessarily see it, that there can't be evidence for it.
No, I wasn't going to say that at all.
I just want to make sure, just in case someone in a chat wanted to provide that as an example as well.
Okay. So it's very simple here, right? My position goes like this. If you believe in evolution and you believe like it go all the way back to cosmology, Big Bang cosmology theory, that Big Bang is what started, Big Bang is the cause, I would still ask the question then, what created the Big Bang? If you take the position that the Big Bang did not need a creator, then it's illogical, it's nonsensical, because things had to be here already for the Big Bang to happen. Like it had to, time, space, and matter had to already be here for the Big Bang to happen. And time, space, and matter is a continuum. They have uniformity. They all exist together. You can't have matter without any space, because where would you put it? You can't have time without matter, because when would you put it? Listen, stop it. Stop it. I'm speaking. Stop, Hunter. I'm speaking. So all of these time, space, and matter has uniformity, and it's a continuum. They all have to come together simultaneously. I think I said that totally wrong, but sorry for my pronunciation. So what I'm stating here is, if it's the case that, well, the Big Bang just happened on, the Big Bang created itself, that's nonsensical, because something had, if it's within time, space, or matter, something had to create that.
Yes.
Then I would need you to give me an account for time, space, and matter. And
Yes.
my argument is this: God is not bound by time, space, or matter. God does not have a creator. God is the creator. It's a category of its own, the ultimate creator that created everything else. So God is the entity to be able to create that. Let's grant it and say that, the Big Bang did actually happen. Let's just go ahead and grant it. Like, I'll go ahead and grant that position. God is the only entity that can create that, because God isn't bound by time, space, or matter.
So that's an assertion, correct? You're saying that God is not bound by these things, which you don't know. You have to assert that.
From my paradigm? No. From, once again, we're doing a worldview versus another world. I'm battling my worldview against yours. My worldview posits that God isn't bound by time, space, or matter.
Yeah, that's great.
Right?
I have a
your
worldview.
Got it. Your worldview is void of God. Your worldview is life and existence, everything, the universe all started with the Big Bang. I need you to then justify the Big Bang itself.
No, you've already said the Big Bang is something that happened, and God just is the one that made it happen, correct? So we don't need to. Or you don't believe that happened.
I believe in is the God way the Big Bang, justify how the Big Bang can happen. Let's grant it and say that. And who is watching the podcast? I think is Big Javar. If you can mute the show in the background.
Oh, my bad.
Yep. Yeah, you can go ahead and mute that. But I'm sorry, Grant. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that there's we don't know, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. And I think therein lies the difference, is that you're filling it with the gap of what you perceive as the answer.
Well, you're going back and forth. You said that you do know. Now you're saying that you don't know. What do you know, Grant?
No, I didn't say that. And I think that's the beautiful part about it. Is
you
that I
literally said the Big Bang created the universe.
I can clearly state to you that the Big Bang, there's this moment in time where that happens, correct? But there is something right before that they don't know what happened. And, may never know. At least in my lifetime, I may be off the face of this earth, correct? And then my other position is there's no reason just to place God in that gap. And that is the difference. And so under no circumstance did I said what you
It isn't a gap. It's an actual argument. I'm arguing.
Your argument is filling in the gap.
No. It's not a filling in a gap. I'm doing a paradigm. I'm not filling in a gap for you because I'm not arguing your position. I'm arguing my position. And from my position, there isn't any gap. So how can it be God of the gaps from my worldview? There aren't any gaps. We know exactly how we're here, who created us. There's not a gap between anything. within the Christian paradigm, right? Within your paradigm, evolution and Big Bang cosmology theory, there is a gap. There's a gap within Big Bang, right? There's a gap, right?
There's a ton of gaps.
There's a ton of gaps. But within the gaps that you have, you are stating that, well, I'm not going to insert God. I'll just say, I don't know. Within my worldview, I'm just letting you know that we don't have the gaps that you have. Now, within Christian paradigm, it's not to say that we know everything. I'm saying that within our paradigm, we don't share the same gaps.
Well, I would just say that science ultimately acknowledges that it has gaps, and I think that's the more humble position, correct? And I think to say that and then when you're saying, well, I know factually, or I
do
think
you know that, real quick, Grant, do you know that evolution is not science?
Sure, if that's what you want to tell your audience, go for it. I'm not going to get into a debate with you.
No, but actually, Grant, evolution theory is not science. It doesn't adhere. No, Grant, it does not adhere to the scientific method.
Yeah, listen, that's not going to work. We're not going to go down that. If you believe that,
but Grant, why are you dismissing what I'm saying, Grant?
Because it's insane.
Instead of dismissing it, how about you refute it?
That isn't
Grant,
true.
instead of dismissing my argument, how about you refute my argument? Instead of saying, well, we're just not going to go down there, refute it. My argument is evolution does not adhere to, evolution is not science.
Okay, so
it does not adhere to science at all.
I'll refute your argument this way. Evolution is within the arm of science. There you go. Now, where do we go from here? Now you refute.
Listen. Grant. You said that evolution is within the what of science?
It's under the arm of science. It is the cornerstone of modern science.
Okay, so evolution is the cornerstone of modern science. And what is the scientific method fully through? Because evolution does not adhere to the scientific method. I'll go ahead and tell you. I'll tell you since you don't know. Evolution does not adhere to the scientific method. Evolution just makes assertions and assumptions without giving any justifications for it. So first, the scientific method. How you do science is this. You observe something. After you observe something, you ask a question. After you ask the question, you do research. After you do your research, you form a hypothesis. After the hypothesis, you conduct an experiment. After your experiment, you analyze what you've experimented on. You analyze the results. After you analyze the results, based off your results, you either accept your hypothesis based off your research. Basically, you done some research. You came up with an idea of what it could be. You did the experiment. You analyze the research. After you analyze the research, you have to either, does it correspond with your hypothesis or does it not? If it does not correspond with your hypothesis, then you go back to forming another hypothesis. What I'm telling you with evolution, they don't follow the scientific steps because they just make assertions and all of these assumptions within their experiments without giving any justifications. So I'm telling you, from what they hypothesize and their results, it never correlates. Causation never equals causation within evolution.
Yes. That is. Those are words.
That is correct. That is correct.
Those are words, man.
That is a word. Just because, listen, time out, Grant. Just because you don't, Grant. Listen, Grant. Just no, stop it. No, stop it. No, stop it. Because you start to talk smack right now. Just because you don't know what you believe in, and I know your position better than you know it, doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It just means that you need to go back and do some research and understand what you believe.
Yes.
You don't understand what you believe.
I know. I do think I think that's a great argument that you have, but I'm going to say that that was just a lot of words that are meaningless.
A lot of words that you don't know what it means. Wait, you don't know how to do a science? You don't know how to do science? How you believe in something and you're mad because I can demonstrate how you actually conduct science, but you do not know how to conduct science.
By yourself. I mean, imagine this. You by yourself have just rug pulled all of science by yourself. I mean, extraordinary.
No one's saying that, Grant.
But you are just
now
saying
you are.
When no one else is saying it except you and your cohort of people who are unscientific.
Okay.
No scientists, no one in those fields are saying that. So only you and whatever cohort of people.
Why don't you Google if evolution adheres to the scientific method, and you would know that I'm right. Just Google it. But while we're waiting on that, Big Javar, I know you said that you can articulate yourself better than the other atheists on the panel. So the floor is yours.
I ain't atheist. I mean, whatever y'all want to call it, but
I'm sorry, real quick. Let me I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping because we had some super chats come in, and I don't want to leave people waiting. But give me 3 minutes just so I can read through these super chats, and then I'll let you state your position and everything. Nothing against you here, Javar. So 1 second here. Just make sure I got super chats up. Okay, we got PR. Appreciate the support, PR, sending in $10. Shouts out to you. He says, both evolution and the scientific timeline doesn't conflict with God. God transcends time and space. God could be talking to you right now while simultaneously, now I said it right because I can read it, creating a 13.8 billion universe. Okay, got it. We got Magic sends in $10. He said, there is no physical proof that God exists, only morality proof. This is what non-believers I guess you're saying argument point is. Okay. All right. Well, Magic, you did come up. Do I see you backstage? No, you're not backstage anymore, man. I'll bring you up. If you want to come on up, just click the link and, prove how I'm wrong or whatever. Totally fine. All right. Wait, hold up. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything as far as super chats. 1 second. Check on my phone. Okay. Yeah, we got, PR again, sends him $5. No one is filling in the gaps with God. Science reveals a silver of how God created this. That's it. Okay. We got Yo Boy Lame sends him $5. Cooley, I got you. These are the verses that prove God's existence. Romans 1, verse 20, Genesis 1, verse 1, Psalms 19, verse 1, Hebrews 3, verse 4, and then, okay, Isaiah. All right, got you. We got Tyga sends in $5. Man, I appreciate the support. He says, big panel tonight, or are you trying to keep it at 1v1? No, Tyga, it's no longer 1v1. Come on up. Tyga, Witkid, come on up, man. You guys can definitely join in. I'm the only believer in God. I'm the only one up here right now that believes that God does exist. So that'd be cool to have some more people to back me up. Where's Jim Bob when you need him, right? We got Jurin says he can prove tag wrong. Want to hear it. Jaren. Okay, come up on stream, man, and prove it. We got Black sends him $5. No, God does not exist. There's not enough scientific tangible evidence. Okay, well, come on up and let's have the discussion. I'm having a floor with everyone. And for the new people that's up here, like Grant, I haven't seen you up here before. Javar, you're about to speak next. We may get a little, heated and back and forth, but don't take anything personal, right? So, fellas, you guys don't got to take anything personal. We may talk crap a little bit. I'm even fine with like some of the ad hominems and stuff like that. I'm not sensitive, so I may even be passionate and say, "What, man? That doesn't make any sense." I'm not saying that you are dumb. If I do believe that, I'll say it. I'm not afraid to call people dumb if I think they're dumb. But anyways, just don't take things personal. Other than that, Javar, let's go. Let me hear your position.
All right, got what I was gonna say, man. This shit harder than you think. Hold on, though. hey, Cooley, I asked
You were supposed to be the articulate one, man. I was waiting on you. I'm depending on you.
Facts. I asked you what make more sense: the man got lonely and created God, or God got lonely and created man?
Well, I don't believe that God would have any voids like that. So
okay. I'm just saying, you know, asking a question for a friend. What make more sense? Because we gotta go off logic. We gotta.
Well, the question itself, question itself, assumes that God would be lonely, and the God that I believe in doesn't have any voids, so God wouldn't be lonely.
So you agree that He created man? All right. I just
God created man.
Off with that. That's what to start off with that.
Can feel lonely.
Okay, but look. All right. You believe in too many coincidences turn into a truth, right? When you hear a whole bunch of coincidences, you be like, okay, hold on, that's not just one big coincidence. Hold on, I think there's some truth behind that. When you keep hearing coincidences, right? So when I say gospel, God spell, the only thing missing is the D. Adam and Eve, everything did start with an atom. Atoms are everywhere. Eve is the micro E gene only found in the black woman. Jesus walking on water, the sun reflecting on water. These people gave our religion was not in no book. The reason why they gave us a book because they can't get in tune with the real God, which is the sun. I believe in our ancient ancestors. One thing about our ancient ancestors, the Egyptians,
you know what, Javar?
They knew.
Javar, you know what? I can actually agree with that because, like, when I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I'm looking at Dunkin'. I'm thinking about Jordan Duncan. I'm thinking about I'm 6'4". I be going down the lane. I'll be dunking, and then I think about like nuts. I ain't with all the nuts. They talking about like cojones, like nuts on a man. I'm like, nigga, I ain't gay. So then I'm like, I'm not even gonna go to Dunkin' Donuts. I'm with the Dunkin' part, but the nuts part, I'm not with. And if you combined everything, it's kind of like you dunking on nuts. So therefore, everybody that eat at Dunkin' Donuts is homosexual. So just how real quick, just how you made up some bull crap about, well, you got this and you got that, and you take out this letter D and you insert that there, that means this. I can say the same thing with Dunkin' Donuts to mean whatever I want it to mean. I mean, that was just nonsense, brother.
Your ass sleep. I mean, if you want to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, that's on you. But like,
it's all a coincidence, man. Dunkin' Donuts.
So listen here.
Someone want to dunk on your nuts?
Like that for real.
That gotta be a coincidence. The people that made that gotta be from that rainbow community.
Maybe
that makes sense. It's all a coincidence.
Hey, it could be true, right?
From your worldview, that would be true.
All I'm trying to say is, man, hear me out, man. You told me you're not emotional, man.
I'm not emotional. I'm giving you your argument back to you.
Let me say this one thing here. I don't got every one man don't got the piece. Everybody got a piece of this puzzle. This man here, the man in front of me, the white boy here, everybody got a piece of this puzzle. Not one man got everything. So you think one man got all the pieces to the puzzle, you wrong. Everybody got the piece of the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? So each one reach one. That's how we grow. I don't like each one teach one. When you teach somebody,
listen, man, it's all a coincidence, man.
Reach somebody so they could be a beacon of light and reach the next.
It's all a coincidence. You know what? You know what's another coincidence? I was thinking about it just now. I'm like, when I look at,
bro, it ain't driving your point home though, bro.
No. It's actually, this is from your worldview. Coincidences, you see a lot of them. They just can't be a coincidence, right? That's your position, right? So if I look at, like, okay, if we really make sense of it, transgender, that gotta be, well, they transformed from another gender to another one, so a man could transform to a woman, because if you take trans, it's transforming. If you take gen, they talk about genetics. And if you take the the der is like der. Whatever der is, like der, gay. That's der, that's the hand, that's the der, right? You get it? All right, never mind.
All right, you ain't make. All right, listen here.
Your argument is so silly that we can make anything out of it, bro. That's all I'm saying. Give me another position on why you believe God does not exist.
I got all type of positions, bro. When y'all was talking about the creation story, you ever heard of the Metatron's cube? Anybody ever heard of that?
I've heard of the Tesseract.
Everything in the universe started. So the universe said, "Let there be." It said it made a circle, right? And it made another circle. Y'all know that's the Venn diagram. When you make two circles, that's what the cosmic vagina that birthed reality. And it kept making circles, which makes the flower of life, and it keeps going. This sacred geometry, and this is what made Metatron's cube, and that is the creation story. Y'all can just go look it up right now. You gotta go.
Megatron. Yeah.
Metatron's cube. You just gotta go what makes sense.
Metatron.
Look, they didn't believe in nothing. You hear me? They weighed the heart with the scale. Why did they weigh the heart with the feather? Because it's no heart.
So then, who created the Decepticons? If we got Megatron, who created the Decepticons?
Man, listen, I don't get into all that, bro. I don't get into all that shit, bro. I get into logic, bro. You hear me?
Okay, look. Well, if we got the Megatron, then who created the Decepticons?
All right, look. So you're talking about if there's evil, there must be good. So I mean, evil and good. So basically, I'm trying to say the highest vibration. I'll argue and say it's the sun. The lowest vibration is the motherfucker probably running the world. You would call that the devil. So the devil, to me, in my eyes, is the lowest vibration. It's the devil, and the highest vibration is the sun. Buddhist monks are the highest vibration. Humans, I know Buddhist monks, but the highest vibration, the thing that I know is the sun that created everything. So when God said, "Let there be light," the sun vibrated us in existence. It's sound. Sound is vibration.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the man came from the woman or the woman came from the man?
Everybody came. I just told you, everybody comes from this, bro.
From the woman, right? Okay. So the woman was real quick. Let's have a logical conversation. Javar, let's just have a logical conversation. You believe that the woman was created first here on earth?
Woman was here first, for sure.
Okay. If now the woman was created here first on earth, was there animals on earth before, was there animals here before the woman or no?
They say sharks. They say sharks was the oldest thing. So the water.
Yeah, but they were like,
what was sharks older than trees? So.
Okay. Well, answer this for me. If it's the case that the woman was created first, and then the man was created from the woman, why is it that the woman needs the man for survival value, but the man does not need the woman for survival value? The man only needs the woman for replication value, but the man does not need the woman to survive. The woman actually has to rely on the man to survive because she is physically inferior to the man. So how can something that's weaker create something that's superior physically? Explain.
So you didn't come from your mama and create you. You didn't come from your mama.
I came from my father. Fathers determine. Fathers determine the sex of the baby.
Right.
And if you rip everything apart, and we're speaking about nature, the nature of man and the nature of woman, the man can have sex with the woman whenever he feels like it, if we're speaking about nature, because the woman isn't physically strong enough to stop the man from having sex with her.
You see this dogma they gave us, man. See, that's why this man, everything. When ancient Egypt, it wasn't even no.
How about you answer my question? How about you answer my question?
Child or father, child.
Javar, let's have a logical conversation. How about you answer my question? So if it's the case, listen. My point home. Okay, but I know, but answer a question though. If it's the case that the woman came first and the man came after the woman, I'm asking you, why is it the case, which is true, that women need men to survive, but men do not need women to survive? They only need women to replicate.
I argue and say that I say, man, men do need women, and vice versa. We need each other.
No. I'm talking about two.
You come from a woman, bro.
to survive. Does a man need a woman to survive on this planet?
Does a man need a woman to survive? Yes.
Yes.
If you want to keep going, yeah.
No. You're missing my argument. I said that the man does need the woman for repreduction value to replicate himself.
And
He
that's to
needs the
survive.
no. Listen, if we're speaking about a man and a woman,
okay.
My argument is the man does not need the woman to survive, but the woman needs the man to survive. The man
why does the
only,
woman need a
listen,
man?
you're interrupting.
All right, my bad.
Let me fully get out so you can fully understand. The man only needs the woman for reproduction value to replicate. He does not need her to survive. He'll go ahead and live until he dies out, right? Old age, right? The woman would actually need to depend and rely on the man to survive because the woman cannot manipulate the world like the man can. If you look in anywhere out history, any old history book, there has never been all women that built and maintained a civilization and society. There has never been an all-woman society that maintained themselves over time. They all had to appeal to other men for security, for protection, for survival. So the argument still stands. If you don't believe that women need men to survive, then go ahead.
First. Egypt, I already told you, was a queendom. Before, when the pharaohs started taking over, that's when we got infiltrated. But that's a talk for different days. Egypt was a queendom. You know what I'm talking about? And what you're saying is irrelevant. Who cares who came first? A man? Come on, man. A man or a woman? Of course, a woman's came first. Bro.
So first you say that the woman came. First you say that the woman came first, but then you say that who cares? Who cares who came first? You the one that said that the woman came first. Now you're doubling back and saying, here's what's happening, Javar. Since you can't demonstrate, and that's why he left. He couldn't demonstrate, well, dang, why does the woman need the man to survive, but the man doesn't need the woman to survive? It makes no sense. See how he started to think, and it didn't really make any sense for him to believe that the woman came before the man. No, it makes sense for the man to come before the woman. And let's just give some more information since his position was nonsensical. The man determines the sex of the baby. The man actually, the DNA from the placenta, which acts as a parasite and attaches onto the mother's womb, this DNA actually derives from the man, not from the woman. So all of the nutrition that's coming from the placenta being taken and stripped from her. The mom isn't saying, well, when I eat something, I'm going to give 50% to my child. No, the mom is eating something and the placenta, which comes from the man, is saying, no, give this to my baby. Freaking stupid. All right, let's get a homie up here. Tiger, my mans. What's good, my mans?
Hey, man, doing good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Of course, man. So real quick, let's do some housekeeping. And you changed your name to Urkel, Grant?
Yeah, someone was calling me Urkel in the.
Okay, so you went ahead and changed that. Fair enough. So real quick, we got people backstage, and I want you guys to know that you have to turn on your camera if you want to come up. So we got Agent J. You got to turn on your camera, and I'll bring you on up. We got Joker. You also have to turn on your camera, and I'll bring you on up. So yeah, that's what we got. So Tyga, welcome to the show, man. You got any questions for the guests?
Yeah, I was wondering, hopefully I'm not like derailing, but let me kind of try and.
You're helping out. The last one was a derail completely.
Okay. All right. So I kind of want to redirect. Perhaps let's imagine this. Let's say I make the concession God does not exist. Building off of that, can we at least all agree that
Building off the idea of a
sorry. Yeah, can we at least all agree that, I mean, there are, decades worth of studies that demonstrate that, religious societies fare better for its people than non-religious societies. Even again, making the concession God doesn't exist, but we can empirically demonstrate that when we act as though that there is a God, there should be some sort of religious creed that informs societal norms, that it produces better outcomes than non-religious societies.
Is that a question for
Yeah, that's a question for y'all.
For me and Hunter?
Yeah, if you want to go first, Grant, go ahead.
I'll let Hunter go because I've been talking for a while, so I would like to hear him speak.
You're good. I had somebody in the background. I didn't like.
Oh, y'all scared, man. Tiger coming with the good questions. Y'all scared out here. Go ahead, Grant. Take the floor then. You can go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you frame it in a way that says humans have largely been religious, most of human history in some form or fashion, and then you make that concession that because humans have had some form of religion, that it has been useful, you can make that argument. But I would say humans have thrived in spite of religiosity holding us back. And I think we have modern times kind of shows us that there are countries today that are far less religious, and their outcomes appear to be far better, both in their health outcomes, their ability to ensure that others are taken care of within their society. And so if you're talking about, just removing the sort of, prior human and just look at, we have somewhat of a nice little experiment happening here and within modernity in modern times. I think there's enough evidence that says the less people who are hopped up on superstition can make actually better decisions about what it means to be a human and what it means to care for their neighbor without all the superstition. So I would just say I don't necessarily know if I agree with you, but I don't.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Positive.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Tiger.
So can you point to me a society that is not religious that could compare to, say, Western countries, Christendom? Can you name any society at any point, either modern or in the past, so on, that have even a comparable existence to Western Christian societies?
Yeah, I think you can. I think you look at many of the Scandinavian countries, which are highly atheistic, and we can look at a lot of European countries today that are highly atheistic.
Like which ones?
Sweden. We're talking about practicing, not, correct.
Would you rather live in Sweden, or would you rather live in, like, I don't know, England or Scotland or America? Just curious.
Sweden seems like a nice place to live. I don't know if I think Sweden would be probably at the top of the list.
Okay, and as far as like societal outcomes for people, how does that compare? Okay, actually, you know what? What's your definition, I guess, of good? The good. What is the good? What is good for people?
Having a real contract with each other. I think there's ways in which you can mitigate poverty. You can mitigate poor health outcomes. You want to make sure that your children are educated. You want to make sure that that as a society we're actually looking out for each other, and that's reflected in our governance. And in that sense, I think people who are methodically looking at that are doing far better. I think when when humans are myth laden, they tend to make up things. And there's a reason why we've moved off from many religions. I mean, many are dead and we no longer adhere to them for a variety of reasons. And there could be a point in which whatever modern religions are today could also be, could be dead in the future as well. And they would have no basis for future humans. I just think that the constant in all of them has been that humans have continued to progress and continue to look at better ways in order to engage. And I think if you look at just the fact that humans have constantly moved past its, I would call religious beliefs, it will at least tell you that people who have been moving forward and progressing have largely viewed whatever prior religious beliefs have been not very useful for them to be able to progress, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I guess what it boils down to is like so when we look at Christendom, what we might call Christendom, and we compare, you say Scandinavia or, Sweden, these countries, I mean, you do realize that perhaps they're not necessarily, they're obviously not theocracies, but there is a certain sense of Christian Western European identity that lies within these nations. That is sort of...
All of these nations borrow Christian ethics. They borrow from Christian ethics. They don't come up with their own ethical system.
And they would tell you differently. They don't see it the same way. And I think that therein lies the difference.
Well, they can have it and not realize that they have it.
Yeah,
right?
Even though they don't see it that way, but they have, and we can demonstrate how they have. Because the influence of Christianity throughout the world has definitely influenced all of these modern nations.
Yeah, so we could take China or Japan. They've never been a Christian society, and so let's just say we can, huh? So we can at least agree on that. They are. I mean, as we can agree that the Eastern are heathens for the sake of this, and somehow they have figured out how to not to completely go off the rails, and the reason is that. There are ways in which humans, correct, are trying to figure out the best way to live. And there were religions prior to Christianity that were coming up with ways of living together that codified laws. I mean, we make it seem as if, humans have been on this earth, they were just slaughtering each other and having a good old time and sort of waving axes. I mean, there is a cohort of people today who think that's everyone's walking around like Vikings. We're going to end up in Valhalla.
That's how it was, man.
No. In essence, if we were just strictly killing each other, that they had to come up with ways to live for people who are conquering other people. Yes, they were doing it to gain access.
No, listen, look at the Mayans. They were sacrificing babies and jumping off freaking the pyramids and stuff like that. So what you talking about? They weren't even trying to conquer anyone. They were living within their...
Yeah, this just sounds like a whole lot of cope to me.
Yeah, they were living within their own communities, doing a lot of degenerate, weird things like doing spiritual sacrifices but sacrificing things to like a rock. Oh, this rock, we get all our value from here. The rock says we shouldn't live. Let's, kill the children, right? Let's get rid of the children. So it's like, yeah, not exactly, man. What Tyga point is simply, since it's the case that the top countries that people want to live in are Christian countries, and even the ones that you named that really aren't Christian countries, they all steal from Christian ethics. They haven't created their own system of ethics themselves. They've stolen it from Christianity.
What ethics are those? Just so we're clear, like what ethics that Christianity had that was not in existence before Christianity? No, and do you think the ethics that Christianity had that now has was just sort of magical? Or do you think it came from other beliefs prior to Christendom that happened to be in the same area at the time that Christendom had come about? Do you think Christianity came along in a vacuum?
I ask you this question, right? So you believe in like evolution and things like that, right? Where does your value come from? Does your value come from like, yourself, or where does your human value come from?
In what's in your show? Like,
where does human value come from?
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. You're talking about like morals, correct?
We can say morals. Let's just say the value of, where does your self-value come from? Is that determined by, does it come from like your own mind, how you view yourself, how other people view you? Within this worldview of non-Christians, where do they derive their value from? Humanly value.
Yes. So humans, we're social, correct? We are in group, out group. We want to make sure that our neighbors are cared for. Generally speaking, that's how we survive.
No. Once again, you're assuming these things. I want you to tell me where does the value.
This is my paradigm. Remember, so I'm sharing my paradigm.
But still within the paradigm, you're not answering I'm asking you a question that is within your paradigm.
I'm explaining to you. I'm giving you how I got my.
Does it come from your own mind, like your value as
yes?
Urkel,
It's
Grant?
Clear that it comes from our minds.
Okay,
yes,
so if it's clear that your value comes from your mind, can you change your mind and want to self-delete yourself?
Sure, that's what you're going to go with it.
Okay, if it's the case, well, no, listen. Well, let me just land my plane. If it's the case that from your paradigm, the value is determined within the human mind, and human minds can change, therefore, human minds, a human mind can come to the conclusion that they want to self-delete, and that would be justified under their own value system. If it's the case that it's not justifiable if your own value comes from your mind, so then you can't self-delete, I'm telling you the only reason why these atheists would believe that they can't self-delete, that their value truly doesn't come from their mind, because they're stealing from Christian ethics. And Christian ethics, you told me to demonstrate, where does our value come from? Our value comes from because we are made in the image of God. So therefore, self-deletion would be immoral and unjustified under our worldview, because our value does not come from our minds. But from your paradigm, your value does come from your mind, so it would be justified to self-delete. If you determine your own value, you can determine that, guess what? I don't have any value. I have value now, but 5 minutes from now, I want to self-delete, so therefore I want to take all my value away, and that would be justified under your paradigm. But guess what? Under your paradigm, it's not justified. You atheists steal from Christian ethics that were made in the image of God, so our value really doesn't come from our mind. We can say it and we can think it, but we really don't believe it. Because if you truly believe that your value came from your mind, then when you're depressed, when you're feeling, having self-deletion thoughts, when you're going through adversities, you're experiencing trauma, you got no value, and it's justifiable within your own mind. So people can treat you as if you don't have any value. Do you get that? But within the Christian paradigm, even if you feel like you're going to self-delete, we say, no, don't self-delete, man. You got more value than that. What you mean? Life is more than just what's going on in your mind. And you guys steal from the Christian paradigm.
Sure. I mean, I don't think
this bigger than Nino Brown, bruh.
And the Christian paradigm's not stolen.
I think the oddity of it all is you're correct. The idea of Christianity is like, hey, you can change your mind. You can find Christ. You can not find Christ. You can move away from being Islam.
You're moving the goalposts. You're not like.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
You're not refuting my point. You're just moving the goalposts to make another point. if it's the case, right? Please let me know, right? From your,
I was trying to let you know, but you interrupted. So if I can finish what I was saying,
okay, go ahead. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
can help.
Let's see.
Okay. We all are making decisions, correct? We all are changing our mind for a variety of reasons. But we can stick on the idea that you think that as an atheist, that because there's ability to sort of learn and take on new information, which I think as humans, we should all be willing to do, that we aren't just coming pre-programmed with some sort of moral framework of whatever social fabric you're working within. We are all learning through that process. You're thinking, okay, we have some basic understanding of the world, and as we move through it, we're learning different things, as we all should. And the expectation is, as you sort of move through life, you're taking on more information and you're adjusting accordingly. No one who's doing this process, correct, is going, hey, I want to jump into a fire and burn myself. That just does not happen.
That's a lie. People want to self-delete all the time. But hold up, let me get to the chats. The rate of self-deletion and within Christian communities, people that actually follow Christianity and Christian ethics, is the self-deletion rate is extremely low. Self-deletion rates are high in atheist communities and atheist ideology. But real quick, let me help brother out. He says, how do I join the call? So what you do is you click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. So if you're on Facebook, come on over to YouTube. It's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Click the first link that's pinned in the comments, and I'll bring you on up. Let me just make sure there's room for people to come on up. Okay, yeah, there's room for, let me take a look here. Agent Grant, I see you, man. You're going to come up. We got Phil, our Phi. I think I see you in here. You just came up. All right. So now let me go ahead and refute what you said. Well, actually, I don't have to refute it because you actually did not refute what I said, right? You just moved the goalpost, and I'll demonstrate what you did, right?
I mean, I guess as the host, you can just say that I didn't. Correct?
I'm going to demonstrate how you. I'm going to demonstrate how you. I don't just make things up. I'm actually going to demonstrate.
I think your position point's incorrect. You just stated that atheists think, therefore they kill themselves. And then you're saying your argument was, sure, atheists do it at some point.
You're straw manning my argument.
That's not what he said. Yeah.
You're straw manning it.
We can go back. He said that atheists do kill themselves at a higher rate. Can we all agree that is what he said before we can correct?
That is statistically true, though.
Okay.
But I just said that. Go back to my argument, though. Go ahead.
At some point, you have to let someone finish so we can lay out to make sure the argument. That way we're not sort of working through sort of magical thinking. The other part would be, you still said that Christians still at some point, even if it's a lower number, find themselves making that decision, even if it's at a lower number, correct? Correct?
Yes, all human beings.
You still said there's
all human beings.
Correct?
All
Yes.
human beings, all different worldviews, yes.
All I'm saying is you said Christians still do it, correct?
Yes, true.
Okay. So then how did they land there? And at the end of the day, humans are doing it. And so you're trying to...
That's because you're straw manning my argument. You're not still manning it.
You don't know what
my
straw
argument
manning means. That's not what straw manning is.
Listen, straw manning the argument. Listen.
You made the argument,
Urkel.
not me.
Yeah, I made the argument, but you are repeating it back incorrectly. So therefore, you're straw manning it, not still manning it. Yes, I'm correct. Google it. This is like the 10th time I asked you to Google stuff because you don't know what things mean, which is okay. But what I'm saying here is that's not my position. My position is very clear. I'll state it again. If it's the case from the evolution ideology is that you determine your own value by your own mind, meaning that your mind determines your own value. You said this, not me. If that's your position, then minds do change. You can think very highly of yourself at a point, and then you can also think very poorly of yourself at another point, and you can feel like you want to end it all, self-delete. If it's the case that you actually, like your true value is determined from your own mind, then it is justified for you to self-delete because the value is determined from your own mind. That would be justified for self-deletion. It would be, because the value is determined. So you can determine that.
We all are changing
Listen,
our
real quick.
mind.
Listen.
We all are changing
Listen,
our
no,
mind.
listen. Stop it. You are not understanding the argument.
No, you don't know. You don't know what change, but you're changing.
Stop
but you have to
it.
agree
Yo,
that you
listen.
change your mind. But do you not change your mind?
Listen,
Do you
stop
not
it.
have the
You
capa-
do
do
not
you not have
understand the argument.
Do you
You're
not have the
interrupting.
capacity to change your
Okay, you
mind?
know what?
Yes,
You know what? Listen, I'm going to do this. Try to steel man my since you wouldn't let me get it out. Now let's see if you can steel man my argument. Don't straw man it, steel man it. Summarize my argument back to me. See if you got it right. You don't got it right because I couldn't even finish it the second time. And you know why I got to repeat it the second time? Because you didn't understand it the first time.
No,
so
you're
let me
repeating
fully.
it because you're actually putting in new
No,
stuff
let me.
because your
I'm
argument
not
was
putting it in
nonsense.
anything new. It's the same thing. Urkel, it's
You
the
are
same
not
thing.
saying
Listen,
whether
bro.
You made the statement that one can change your. I made the statement. I'm setting my moral compass. Correct. That I'm taking information, and then you are saying, well, then because I get the morals from my head. Correct. You said that. That I then, as my brain, atheist parasites are like, you see that? You can go kill yourself. That's some cool stuff.
That's
what we
not
do
my
in the wisdom.
position. That's a straw man. I did not say because no, stop it. No. You want to move on because you just don't understand. I did not say because you think that you want to self-delete that you should do that or that you can do that. That's not my position. My position is very simple. If it's the case,
I have to
listen.
admit, by the way, I got cooked by Cooley, according to the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Just, and I'm trying to be good faith, man. I'm trying to be good faith. Like the thing is, I wish I had your ability of like the way you speak is very clear, and it's you actually sound like you're smarter than everybody because you speak like like you sound like a dork.
I don't know about smarter than everybody.
But you like just the way you pronunciate your words. You got good pronunciation. You pronunciate your words good, but you're not that smart, to be honest. You can pronunciate words. You can pronounce words better than I can, but I can defeat all of your arguments. But here's what I'm saying. Just listen to this, right? Please listen. Let me get it out. Because it makes sense. It's logical sense, right? Under your worldview, evolution, the ideology of that is that value derives from your own mind. Like your true value derives from your own mind. We do know that human beings change their mind. Yes, all human beings can change their mind. If it's the case that since the value comes from the mind, you can currently, at one moment, have very high value in yourself, right? And it doesn't matter what other people think about you. It doesn't matter what you've created in the world. You can be broke and poor, but you can still determine your own value. Like, I'm a billionaire, right? I determine my own value. My own value comes from my own mind. I am a billionaire. In the next moment, and that sounds crazy, right? Like you keep be broke, but really determine your own value. And guess what? If you determine your own value, other people determine their own value, but other people do not determine other people's value within the paradigm. So then it would make sense that if you think that you're a billionaire, that's where your value is. You actually are a billionaire by thinking it because other people can't determine your own value. You only determine your own value yourself, right? But it can also, and that sounds nonsensical, it can also be that if you feel like you want to end it all and you feel like you have no value, it's just as justified to believe in that as it is to believe that you're a billionaire. So if you do off yourself and self-delete, it's justified. If you do think that you're a billionaire, it's justified because your own value comes from yourself. You get that? That's my argument. From Christian ethics, from the Christian paradigm, we don't believe that we determine our own value. We believe that we are made in the image of God, and God determines our value. So therefore, it will never be justified for a human to to murder another human, or would never be justified for a human to self-delete themselves. because we belong to God. We don't belong to ourselves. What I'm telling you is, on Tiger's argument, you live in a world and you steal Christian ethics, because every country that you named that is atheist, they do not believe that self-deletion is justified. They do not believe that they actually determine their own value. They don't truly, they may think it under evolution theory. They may think that, like, well, things come from, Big Bang and all of this, but they don't actually believe these things that they think about. Because if they did truly believe it, the conclusion of their belief would be self-deletion is justified. I'm a billionaire, even though I'm on Section 8 is justified. You get what I'm saying? They steal from Christian ethics. They steal from my paradigm.
Okay, so you're talking about determining your value, right? So tell me, do you think being able to feel and not feel embarrassment is a part of you determining your own value or not determining your own value?
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. Say that again. My bad. I've been streaming for 3 hours. That's my excuse. But go ahead. State your question again.
Do you believe that the ability to feel embarrassment has to do with you determining your own value or not determining your own value?
No, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You can feel embarrassed about things. All I'm saying is this: human beings are gonna. We have similar. We have this similar feelings. I feel certain ways. We can relate because we feel certain ways. This does not mean that how we feel determines our value. But you get what I'm saying? How
does it not?
From my paradigm, if you feel that you should not exist anymore and you want to self-delete, that would be a sin. That would be immoral. That wouldn't be a justified act. Under evolution theory, under their worldview, since they believe that their value comes from their mind, if they do change their mind and they want to self-delete, they think that they have no more value. Tell me how that wouldn't be justified. If your value derives from your own mind. Tell me how. Can you answer the question, Urkel or Hunter? No, you can't answer it because it's dumb. It's dumb. You steal from us.
Okay.
Who do you
Hunter,
steal from?
Did you ask the question?
Joker or Jaka.
Oh, Joker.
It's Joker.
Oh, it's Joker. Okay.
You got it, man.
What's up? Talk to me. Does God exist?
Yes, absolutely. God exists, and He is an objective reality, meaning that He exists whether anyone believes He does or not. As a matter of fact, I originally joined to talk to Hunter about evil because he seems to think that evil disproves God. But from a purely logical standpoint, evil does not contradict the concept of God in any way, shape, or form, meaning that the concept of evil and the concept of God are not contradictory to one another.
Based.
Well, but part of my argument also is not only that, but it also is pointless suffering. Like things animals and people pointlessly suffer for no reason. If God is all knowing and omniscient and all good, why would He let that happen? Why would it let
bad thing happen so God doesn't exist?
Wait,
oh my God,
dude, you're getting ahead of me. Look, you know what? This is a good question because it really attacks like the emotional part of this whole thing, right?
Yeah, you're saying free will, so God exists. Like, what are you talking about?
Hold on. Again, I'm gonna attack you from a purely logical perspective, right? We can insert a proposition within the problem of evil, okay, that is going to kind of dislodge this whole thing, right? And here it is, right? It could be the case, okay, so it's possible. It is possible that God could have sufficiently good reasons for permitting all the evil in the world, including what we might see as pointless evil. As it turns out, actually, we can even push this even further and say that if there was no what we call now evil, what we would end up eventually doing is complaining that it takes too long to get to work, or we start complaining because now we're bored because nothing bad happens. In other words, there's a element within the human nature that wants to complain about things. Okay, but again, to take it back to the logical argument, if it's at least possible that God could have good reasons for allowing evil, it follows that God and evil are compatible.
Logically, that doesn't make sense. A being that supposedly created everything.
Hunter, you're frozen, man.
So
yeah,
once
Hunter,
again, right, just 'cause
Hunter,
it
you
may
just
not make sense to us here. It
real
doesn't
quick,
mean that
Joker.
I'm sorry.
Hunter was trying to reply, but Hunter, your connection is real bad. Why don't you go out and then come back in? I'll actually kick you out for right now, but then come back in. We got more people though that I'm gonna bring up. We got Agent J. We got Agent J. We got Philosopher in here, or we got Steven as well. Steven, I'll bring you up. I'm not sure what happened. I'll bring you back up. And we got Wicked Dreams back here too. We're going to bring everybody up. Don't go anywhere. But for all of the people in here, we got to do some housekeeping, right? So what I want you to do is watch the sponsorship video, because this is how we stay afloat. All right, fellas, mission is critical. I was searching my name online and found tons of information that was way too personal. So I thought to myself, who has the ability to leak this type of information? And I found out there's companies called data brokers that profit out of selling your information to marketers, scammers, and even stalkers. You already know I've been through many matrix attacks where people create fake pages of mine by using my data. And the same can happen to you. That's why I'm recommending today's sponsor, Aura. I use Aura to automatically remove my information from these sites and keep them off of these sites. They also do other things like bank fraud, identity theft alerts, and also VPN access. I want you to go ahead and utilize my link below in the description box for a 14-day free trial. At least you'll see if you've been compromised or not. Privacy is key nowadays, and you should know if your information is out there. So again, utilize my link in the description box at aura.com/nofugazi and get 2 weeks free. That's more than enough time to see if your personal data has been exposed. All right, we are back. So once again, that's our sponsorship, Aura. You can go ahead and click the first link that is in the description. It's pinned in the description. Click on that description. You can sign up for Aura. You get that for free for 14 days. Find out if your personal information has been exposed and stuff like that. When you sign up, you do get a free shirt though. But you get this free shirt. You see that right there? And for all the atheists, you like this one: God over man, man over woman, woman over children. Especially that beta that said that the man came from the woman and the woman was here first. Nah, you need this shirt. But anyways, you get this shirt for free when you sign up for Aura, right? You just got to go ahead and email me or send me an Instagram message or a Facebook message, and then send me a screenshot that you signed up, and then send me your address, mailing address. I'll send out the shirt. Now, also, we're giving out a lot of free things. Hold up, don't go anywhere. Once we get 50 people to sign up, I think we only at about maybe 18, 19 right now. But once we get 50 people to show up, to sign up, and I give out 50 shirts, your name is gonna go into a raffle to win this free brand new Shure microphone. Haven't even been opened. It's brand new. This is what you're going to win. So even if you're a hater, you still can you sign up for Aura for free. You get a free shirt, and you can possibly win a free microphone. So why not? We got over, 200 people in here, over 300 on both of the platforms. So we should be able to get 50 people to sign up tonight. So sign up, get a free shirt, and yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and bring up some more people, because I think you're the only atheist up here right now, right, Urkel? Okay, cool. Let's bring up Javar, Big Javar. I see you back here, man. I see you want some more smoke. I got you, man. Let's bring up this guy. Hey, what's going on? Does God exist?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I do believe in God.
Okay,
but I'm
good.
not a Christian. So maybe
what are you?
So I mean, I guess you could say atheist, I would say, right? Like a bare bone kind of version of theism. And I'm happy to articulate what I mean by that.
You transgender?
Not transgender.
It sounds like you is. You sound confused.
Well, you know, the reason why I wanted to join the call is because I had something to say about the tag argument. And you were saying before that you thought that logical truth and mathematical truth can be grounded in God. And I was wondering how you think that works.
Okay. Do you understand the transcendental argument or no? You want me to? I'll just repeat it back to you. I'll repeat it back. It's fine.
Go ahead.
X is the necessary condition for Y. Y, therefore X. So God is the necessary condition for the transcendental categories. Let's just say, let's put them all together and say intelligibility. God is the necessary conditions for intelligibility. God, therefore, intelligibility. It's not a circular argument. It's an actual argument. Now, the argument also is a paradigm argument, right? So if intelligibility presupposes God, premise one, if God does not exist, then the preconditions for intelligibility, like logic, reason, the self, morality, math, language, information, these things would have to be accounted for without God, right? Premise two, atheism cannot account for these categories, therefore God exists. So it's a paradigm argument comparing my paradigm versus other paradigms, and it's the impossibility of the contrary. So my argument is correct that God exists because without my paradigm, no other paradigm can give a justification for these transcendental categories having uniformity and being grounded and unchanging without the Christian God, a triune God. There you go. It's full argument.
Okay. So just by way of clarification, you do think though that, like, would you say that, for example, like 2 + 2 = 4, that mathematical truth in some way, that this is grounded in the Trinity? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's grounded in God. Yes.
So when you say grounded, what do you mean by grounded?
Grounded, like it's unchanging. It doesn't change.
So 2 + 2 = 4 is unchanged. I mean, I could agree with that, and I could reject the idea that this has anything to do with God.
Okay. How can you ground 2 + 2 = 4 without God? Always. 2 + 2 always equaling 4. Where are you going to ground it in? A human mind, under a rock, in a banana? Where?
Well, I mean, given the way that you defined grounded, right, as unchanging, it seems like that's all you have to say. 2 + 2 = 4 is an unchanging truth. It's a necessary truth. It obtains in all ways.
Where does it derive from?
It's not derived from anywhere. It's an irreducible truth. And
where it's, you mean that it's self-evident? I don't believe in self-evident truths. How is it? Please justify how it's self-evident that it is always going to equal 2.
Not self-evident. It's unchanging, right? Because that's how you define grounding. You said that something is by a grounding relation. You said that something is grounded if it's unchanging. Well, 2 + 2 = 4 seems to be an unchanging truth. Once you see that, it's unclear where God even fits in this picture now.
No, where is it though? I don't think I'm understanding you. You're not understanding me. If you believe that something cannot change, right? Like human beings are finite.
Yeah.
This earth is finite. Like it's going to go away at some point in time. Things are finite. So it can't be grounded in something that's finite because that's going to change. Can't be grounded in the mind. The mind can change. It can't be grounded in the nature and the ontology of the human or the universe. These things are changing all the time. So where are you going to ground it in if it isn't an omniscient, divine, eternal being that's not bound by time, space, or matter, which is God?
Why couldn't it be an abstract object?
Give me one.
Well, so there's this view called Platonism, And the idea of Platonism is that you have these abstract objects, these non-physical entities that are unchanging, that are eternal. And so the idea is that these mathematical truths are grounded in these abstract objects. And so I guess the question that I have is like, once, like if we
explain the abstract object. Does this abstract object have intentionality?
No.
In purpose?
No. The number 2.
Then it cannot be grounded. It cannot be grounded in something that does not have any intention for it. How can it have any use if there's no intention for it?
But says who though? Right? Like,
well, says it itself, like logic, math, these things have use. It's purpose. It's intention behind the thing. If you say that you ground it in some abstract object and the abstract object does not have any intention and any purpose, then you cannot create something with intention and with purpose from something with no intention and no purpose.
Well, numbers have no intentions, right? It's not my understanding that the number 2 has any thoughts.
What are you speaking about? So numbers.
Like what I'm saying is that numbers
don't. I don't think you understand what I'm speaking about. We're not saying that you can't have any. My argument isn't that we don't. I know that we utilize math all the time without giving any justification for us using it. That's not my position. My position is that how can we use it? Where does it come from? Give an account for how we have said thing in question rather than the utility of it. We know we get utility out of logic, math, number theory, all of these metaphysical categories. But I'm asking you, where does it come from?
They're uncaused. And let me explain.
You're making an assertion it's uncaused.
No, it's not an assertion because 2 + 2 = 4 could never equal 5 in any possible world, right? And just to add on to that, the idea of uncaused, of something being uncaused should not bother you.
In the abstract objects that you appealed to just now in this debate.
Yep.
Since the abstract objects does not have any intentionality, I think I'm pronouncing that right, or any purpose or any meaning, then therefore it can change. It's random. It's accidental.
Because it does have meaning, right? 2 + 2 = 4 has meaning. There's content to the sentence 2 + 2 = 4.
Not coming from an abstract object that does not have any purpose or meaning. Listen, I'll explain slow, right? When you look into this world, observe the things that we can observe.
Yep.
Forget about the things that the human beings created. If you just look at the things that we discover in a universe, like the sun is positioned in the perfect space, the perfect position from the earth. And the earth and the moon is positioned in a perfect position, and it goes, and the moon goes around, and everything has so much uniformity and so much precision in an orderly mathematical way and in a logical way. But not only that, it has intention. The intention is us living and breathing life. If you say that, well, I can ground these transcendental categories in abstract objects that do not have any intentions or meaning or purpose, but it creates something that has intention and meaning and purpose, like logic and math and all of these things that we utilize for intention and purpose. It's nonsensical. How can something with no purpose and no meaning and no intention create something with the purpose and intention and the meaning? Please demonstrate that.
So, I mean, just to clarify what I'm saying, though, right? Like, my position is that mathematical truth is ungrounded, right? It has no.
You just said we can ground it in abstract objects.
They are abstract objects, but the abstract objects are ungrounded. And what I'm saying is this shouldn't bother a Christian or a Muslim or any theist, because according to your metaphysics, you already believe in an ungrounded thing, right?
So
According to you, you
abstract.
say God is ungrounded, right? God is ungrounded, right?
What do you mean that God is ungrounded? I've never said that. I'm stating that these abstract concepts like numbers, math, logic, reason, these cannot be empirically proven in the physical world. You cannot empirically prove. Now you can measure things. For the low IQ people in the chat, I'm not saying that we can't measure things. No, we utilize math, logic. Everybody utilize logic right now on the stream. We all are using induction, deduction, and predication to form sentences. We're all utilizing intelligibility. All of these things have uniformity for us to speak and make sentences. I can justify how we can make sentences. You cannot justify how we can make sentences. You are saying that these abstract objects are just grounded within themselves or in other abstract objects. That's nonsensical. My argument is these abstract objects, right? Or I say categories, these transcendental categories, logic, math, reason, induction, all of these things, is grounded in a being, a specific type of being that isn't bound by time, space, or matter, that is eternal, omniscient, and divine. That's how it can be grounded. That's how we can utilize math, logic, and reason. We can, and it has to have uniformity. We can't use one without the other. You don't have any logic if you don't have the self.
So
you don't have.
you
get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Tell me what you think of this, because, and I'm still kind of pressing on this issue of grounding, right? I'm trying to understand. Maybe we can kind of unpack that together, like what your conception of grounding is. Do you think, for example, that there's a point? So think of like there's a causal chain, right? So is there a point in that causal history where God makes mathematical truth true? Or is mathematical truth always eternally true? Or is there a point
good question?
At which God said, so think about it.
Good question. I'll let you know. So there's no point. All of these things derive from the nature of God.
Okay, so you don't think that there's actually a point at which the numbers are true. So there isn't some prior point where there is no mathematical truth.
So think about this, right? I'll give you an analogy, right? So a baker that's gonna like bake a cake. The baker is gonna come with all of the ingredients, all the perfect measurements, put everything together to make the cake. Prior to the cake being made, the baker already had the precise measurements and all of these ingredients and everything he needed. He had the information, everything was there before it was made. Anything you create, actually, people create music and stuff like that. It's in the mind first, and then they go ahead and create it, right? Architects, all of that, right? That's what happens. I'm stating that, like, you utilize that as an example. I'm stating that God, logic, reason, all of these transcendental categories is all grounded within God himself. Morality is all grounded within God himself.
But when you say grounded within God,
yeah,
I guess that's what I'm trying to like. Because before, right? When
it's these categories are they're universal categories. They're unchanging, and that's what I mean by grounded. It does not change. It's universal. It would always be.
But see, and that's the problem, because that definition, an atheist could happily accept. Yeah, sure, numbers are unchanging, eternal, and
totally fine,
right? But now, like, where does God fit into that?
No, I asked them to justify it.
What do you mean justify it? What
give an account.
Justification would you need beyond saying 2 + 2 = 4 no matter what?
No, that's just you saying it, right? I need you. So you don't really understand my argument.
I'm just saying that though? Do you think that 2 + 2 could equal 7? Is that possible?
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. I don't think you understand the argument, right? I'll maybe try to say it another way. I know that we get utility out of math. I know this. I know that 1 + 1 = 2. We can measure things. We know that we use it. I'll agree. We all use it. It doesn't matter what you believe in. We all use it. That's the truth. It doesn't matter what we all believe in. We all use it. We all use it because that's how we were all created. Right? So we all use it. My question isn't that. My question is where, how, and why do we use it? The why is the intention, the purpose. The how is the, well, where did it come from? Does it just come from the mind?
It's eternal.
Does this come
It's
from
mind independent?
Okay, if
So
it's
for
mind
example,
independent, so listen,
if no one
but
exists-
listen to what I'm saying. If it's mind independent, then if it's mind independent, where is it grounded in? It has to be grounded in
Ungrounded.
something.
Just like God, ungrounded.
No,
Just
it
like
has to.
God. And there's no problem because you already believe that.
No. What are you speaking about? It has to be grounded in something that is unchanging. It has to be grounded in something that is eternal. It has to be actually grounded in something that is divine, omniscient, and not bound by time, space, or matter.
So, okay, when you say it has to be grounded in
It
something,
for these you know what universals are?
Yeah.
Something that is universally true?
Yes.
Okay, if something is universally true, then where does these universal truths derive from?
They're ungrounded.
How is
They're
it
necessary
universal?
truths. And I know that sounds crazy to you.
So once again, I already remember I told you I'm thinking beyond you because I already said that I don't believe in unnecessary truths and self-evident claims. Because that's what you're making. You're making it's self-evident. It's necessary because it's necessary, right? I don't believe in any of that because it's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. One, it's circular.
Do you think God is self-evident?
The argument for God is this. It's actually the argument for God is this. It's actually wouldn't be self-evident.
Something that is self-evident, then, right?
No, it wouldn't be. I don't believe in any self-evident truths. It wouldn't be self-evident.
You don't think the Trinity?
No, listen. The argument for God would be X is the necessary condition for Y. Y, therefore, X is true. It's not circular. It isn't. God is there and exists because God exists. That isn't the argument that I'm making. That isn't the transcendental argument. Now, I would say that every paradigm can be reduced down to some type of circularity, but my argument within itself isn't circular, right? That's what I'm saying.
I haven't accused you of that, right? I haven't. So my
no, but I'm
accusing
you of that. I'm saying that your argument is circular. If it's self-evident because it's self-evident, that's circular. But that isn't my position.
Well, saying so. For example, when I asked you, do you think it's possible for 2 + 2 to equal 10? What do you think of that? Like, honestly, do you think that's possible?
I already said it's not possible.
So if it's not possible, then the opposite means that it's necessary. That's a modal claim. That's just
my goodness, this guy doesn't even. You don't
I understand. I understand that.
I'm not arguing that. You don't even know what. No, listen. You don't even know my argument. You can't even comprehend or understand the transcendental argument at all.
I'm very familiar
just by what you just said. You just said.
You're familiar with it.
No, you don't understand it, bro. You just don't understand it. It's not I can say it to you.
I do.
No, you don't. Go ahead, Joker. You wanted to say something. I see your arms up.
Yeah. So let me try to diffuse this, right? So, talking about grounding, right? Christian theists would say, and I think the Muslims or any monotheistic believer would say that reality and including abstract objects are grounded in God's nature. So when we talk about the laws of logic, for example, being grounded in God, what we mean is that those laws are derivation from who God is in essence, right? This is where we also derive morality from. So you're asking, okay, how does that connect to us? Well, by the act of creation, right? God, you could say God made us, right? Or created a reality in which it's reflecting his nature. And so these things are grounded in that way, right? Going back to abstract objects, I personally don't believe that abstract objects exist. I see them more as useful fictions. However, for the sake of the argument, I'll grant that they do exist, and I'll just use St. Thomas Aquinas's technique for dealing with Platonism, which is to move the Platonic heaven into God's nature or his mind. Right? So you're right. I'm not bothered by abstract objects at all. And 2 + 2 can never equal 5 because it would be a logical contradiction, right? It would contradict God's very nature, right? It would contradict God's knowledge of logic itself, right? So that's how we ground these things ontologically. Right?
So tell me what you think of this, Joko. Okay, let's think of like Occam's
Bro, he
razor.
didn't understand anything you said.
I understood.
Just to be honest. No, you didn't.
So think about Occam's razor, right? Let's say we have two theories. We're comparing them. We're trying to explain 2 + 2 = 4, right? And you're saying, well, it's grounded in God's nature, and I'm saying that it's ungrounded, right? If we're going to use Occam's razor, we want to go for the explanation that's simpler, right? If both theories can explain the data, we want to go for the simpler theory. And what I'm saying is, it's simpler to say that if we add, why does 2 + 2 = 4? Well, it's because you can, right? It's impossible for 2 + 2 to equal 10.
Bro, it's a low IQ argument. You're just speaking about the utility of it. You're only speaking about the utility. We're going deeper than the utility.
Yeah, you wouldn't use Occam's razor for arithmetic right here, because we have laws of mathematics as well that kind of situate where how the thinking mathematically is supposed to be carried out. So Occam's razor applies to contingent conclusions, right? Or conclusions that could be otherwise the case. In other words, it's a probabilistic conclusion that we're trying to come to, meaning that, you know, if it's raining, it's likely that the streets are wet. Occam's razor would tell us, yeah, it's most likely wet instead of someone throwing a bucket of water outside, right? This doesn't apply for things like mathematics.
I guess like what I'm trying to say here is this, right? Maybe a little bit more simply. How does including God, right, make 2 + 2 = 4 true? Like, what exactly is like adding God? It's like, for example, I could say, look, 2 + 2 = 4 because the UFOs say so. But like, how does adding UFOs explain why 2 + 2 = 4? We all know why it equals 4.
We both explained it.
We're trying to explain reality. We're trying to explain nature, right? So the very, very, very first question you need to ask is, why is the universe understandable at all, right? Why are we able to use mathematics to build the entire modern world, right? This doesn't make sense, scientifically speaking, if there isn't a God that is consistent, coherent, and that has set the foundation of this universe on logic, right? So in other words, we have no reason to believe that wherever we look in the universe, it will be the exact same arithmetic, mathematics, and scientific methodology everywhere, right? We don't have any reason to believe that. As a matter of fact, the reason we were able to advance science as a theist culture is because we believed in a rational God who created the rational universe, and also in his image made us rational to understand his creation as a means and a ways to understand our own maker.
Let me ask you this.
We're talking about Isaac Newton, right? We're talking about Descartes, right? All these people believed in God and so believed that the world that God created was reasonable and understandable.
Well, let me get your thought on this. Do you think grounding is a causal relation?
Yes.
So that means you think God causes mathematics?
Yes.
So that means
look.
There's a problem with that, and you probably see the objection,
so
right?
Purely for the sake of argument, I'm going to say yes. I already told you I don't believe that these abstract objects are real per se, you know. But
Do you think God causes 2 + 2 = 4? He causes mathematical truth. Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to say it causes in the same way that it's grounded in his nature, in the same way God causes morality in us, right?
Okay, so here's the problem.
Reflection of his nature.
All right, so here's the problem by saying, and tell me what you think, right?
Real quick, hold the thought real quick. I just want to do some housekeeping. Urkel, we gonna good talking to you, man. We're gonna get you up out of here, but come in next time. Next debate night, come in, man. It was fun. Let's bring up Steven been here waiting. And then let's also bring in this guy up here as well.
Hey, yeah, real quick, Cooley. My bad. Hey, thank you for having me up.
Oh,
I'm like,
you're done, Tiger?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
like I'm about to wet my pants, but
Okay, man.
Thank you for having me up. Appreciate you, all of you gentlemen. Blah blah blah. Good show tonight. We'll catch everybody next time. All right.
All right,
Salute.
Tiger. Appreciate you, man.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to bring some more people up that were waiting. All right, you guys are good. You can continue.
Yeah, I'll just make one last point, so I'm not hogging the microphone. But so you were saying that you think that God does cause mathematical truth. Now, here's the objection. If you think that God is a Trinity, right? The fact that God is triune is a mathematical truth. And presumably you want to say that God is necessarily three persons. But if you think that God causes mathematical truth, that means prior to the instantiation of mathematical truth, God is not three persons. That means the Trinity is a contingent fact. So that means mathematical truth has to be eternal. It has to be uncaused.
No, bro. So when we're talking about the Trinity, we're talking about ontology here, right?
Yeah, and real quick, Joker, just let him know about cause. Remember to let him know that you mean by cause by nature, because he's still not understanding that point.
Well, look, here's what we have to keep in mind, right? You're seeing the Trinity as like the way the Muslims kind of try to refute this, right? Where they're like, oh, one, three is not one or whatever. But we're talking about an ontological reality of God, right? So I don't understand where this mathematical thing would even come from, right? Because we're not asserting three gods or three, like we're not asserting contradictions here, right? So I don't see how you bringing up mathematics contradicts the Trinity. You're making a categorical error, is what I'm saying.
The problem is that if you say that there's a point where God causes mathematical truth, that means prior to that point, there is no mathematical truth. So you couldn't say God is three persons, or you couldn't even say God is one, because that's a mathematical.
Are you actually suggesting that there is a time and point where, God's nature wasn't active, right? I mean, did God? Okay, so we're talking about causality in that. Maybe Cooley's right about this, right? That you don't understand causality, right?
Yeah, he don't understand it, man.
Like causality. Look, causality. So look, cause and effect doesn't have to be one after the other. It can be occurring at the same time. Kind of like when you lay a ball on a pillow, right? The pressure and the creases are created at the same time, right? Like if you want to push it that further, then that analogy dismantles your time argument.
So you're talking about eternal causation.
Yeah, I'm talking about like God existing triune from eternity's past or timelessly, it doesn't matter. But mathematics, logic, all these things, they're in God's nature, right? There wasn't a time and point where these things weren't true and active because they're God, right? It's like saying there's a part of God that wasn't active right before creation or before the Trinity or whatever you want to.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So this clarifies it, right?
Yeah.
Because, like you said, there are different kinds of causal series. There's a causal series where there's causes are antecedent to their effects, right? That's kind of like our general understanding. But then you just introduced another category of eternal causation, right? Where you have one thing, let's just say like a ball resting on a pillow, and it's been that way forever. But you can have like a causal analysis and say that the pillow is somehow prior to the ball, right? But is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think you got it. But again, these are all for the sake of argument. They're not my exact positions. But I know where you're coming from.
He's just giving an example. To clear it up, let me just give a little clarity here to bridge the gap. When he's speaking about cause, like God is not bound by time, space, or matter. The nature of God is logical, is all of the transcendental categories, logic, reason, morality, all of these things are within the nature of God himself, right? If God is eternal and not bound by time, space, or matter, then also these categories, math, like logic, math, reason, all of these things are also with God eternal because it's his own nature. God wouldn't separate himself from his own nature. This is why we say that when we say that we believe in a triune God, like Jesus had the nature of God. Flesh of man, nature of God. This is why Jesus was sinless. Nature of God, divine nature. So that the nature is eternal. It does not go away. It's not a starting point because God doesn't have a starting point. God is eternal, always. Make sense?
I mean, like I said, I get what you're saying. What we're just going to agree to disagree is I think that these transcendental categories that you're referring to, they're just ungrounded truths, right?
No, you're just asserting that
No,
with
it's not assertion.
without
It's
arguing
not
it.
assertion.
So look, check it out. If
It's
they're
a matter of
ungrounded,
logical consequence.
It isn't.
It
if
is.
you believe that they're ungrounded, then you have to believe that they're floating somewhere, right?
Yeah, they
So
got to be somewhere.
They're not
Or are
floating
they-
anywhere. They're
if you
immaterial.
say that they don't exist in the
time or
physical
space.
or in the mental, then I can start asking things like, okay, if we delete every green item in the known universe, will the color green stop existing, right? So you start to run into these paradoxes with these kinds of abstract objects, and you want it to
What's
be
the
a realist.
paradox exactly?
What was that?
What's the paradox?
No, the paradox is like if if you say these abstract objects exist and they're floating somewhere, they are being instantiated in physical objects. So if we delete every colored green object in the known universe, then the color green will stop existing. As a matter of fact, if we start talking about numbers and truths, right? You're a realist about these abstract objects, then I have to ask you, where's the number 2? Right? You can't show me that it exists.
Well, I
You
mean,
say it's an abstract
think about
object,
what
and I'm
you're
just gonna
asking now.
if you say that it's an abstract object, then I'm just going to say it doesn't exist.
But why? I see that part. That's
Because it's not anywhere. Where's the number 2?
Okay.
At least with Christians, at least with theists, we can say that it's grounded abstractly in God.
Okay, let me ask you something. Where's God?
What do you mean? Where's God?
Exactly. Right.
We don't believe that God is
what?
It's not aware. That's the wrong question.
Exactly. It's the same thing with abstract objects.
No. I saw this coming, right? But I saw this coming, but you're
fell for it.
categorical error about
It's
God.
a category
God
error.
is an unembodied mind, so of course he exists. You see what I'm saying?
No,
He's
no,
not
no,
like
no.
an
The point is about
object that's
spatial
mental or
location.
non-physical.
No, the point was about spatial location, right? You don't want to say that God is anywhere because that presupposes it's like a spatial dimension, right? You want to say that God is immaterial. The Platonist is going to say the same thing about abstract objects. Where do they exist? They don't exist anywhere.
No, but the problem with that is that abstract objects are also meant to be non-mental entities. Okay, we're saying God is mental though, right?
They're
So what is a
non-physical
non-physical, non-mental entity? Like what other category of existence is there left?
non-physical, immaterial. This is
Yeah,
what the
non-physical. No, hold on. So the things that aren't physical have to be either mental or non or not existing, basically.
No, that's you're just asserting that. I have no
No,
reason.
I'm not. Like that's what other categories are left of existence?
Immaterial. Look,
No.
you're acting like this is not a category that Christians talk about all the time. They talk.
No, we do
immaterial
talk about it, but
entities.
we're talking about abstract objects here, clearly, right?
Yeah, they're immaterial.
So by definition, the abstract object is non-mental and non-material, right?
Exactly, immaterial.
So that's what the plainness is, right? But again, we start asking, well, where is this thing, right?
Nowhere. And the
Yeah,
same
so
as where is
that's
God?
incoherent.
Nowhere.
So that's what we call incoherent.
Well, where is God?
Well, he's a non-mental entity, so he's not.
God is
Anywhere, right?
omnipresent.
Not anywhere, right?
No, God is omnipresent.
You're what I'm saying is like the very thing that you're accusing me of. Your view is subject to the same criticism.
No, it hasn't. You just don't understand the position.
If I say to you that you were created in His image, what would you say?
If you say if I
say to you, you were created in the image of God,
well,
what would you believe He is?
Well, I mean, it depends on I guess like the Christian interpretation of
Well,
that.
no, be logical. If you're gonna be logical, be logical. Don't if I tell you that you were created in the image of God, and we are trying to put logic around God, because if God is omnipotent, we put math. It's a human way of trying to define the universe. It's a human way of trying to put logic around things, because God is outside of math. He exists outside of time. So
I don't know if everyone would agree with that. I think God is
well,
logical.
it's us human who try to put logic around God, right? And we can try to put logic around God all day long, but He's outside of that. So you can explain to me, and I can never convince you, but what I can tell you is we cannot put God in math. Math is purely human.
But you think God is one, right?
God is all creation.
But do you think how many gods are there?
I believe there is one God.
That's a mathematical truth.
How is that mathematical truth?
It is. You literally
Prove
said
it.
God is one. You don't think God. You don't think there are three gods, right?
I do not think there's three gods. I do not think there is. I think man call themselves gods because they start to believe when you are smarter and you try to do things, you believe you put yourself into a God existence, right? But if I tell you, how can you explain that you were created in the image of God? He said, I
He
created
can
you.
just reject that. He doesn't have to believe it.
Right.
Yeah, let's get some other people in here so we can have some, better arguments. We got Luke Bowen. Turn on your camera for me, man. Yeah, turn on your camera.
My camera is on.
Oh, your camera is on. Steven, you've been back here waiting for a while. What's up, Steven? You got a question for the panel?
Yeah, man. I just wanted to make the claim that, I really think that there isn't a God for sure. Like even if we started right here on the most simple level and we asked everybody on the panel, have you met God? Have you seen God? Have you experienced God undeniably, truthfully, objectively? We would all first of all say no. So just from the most simple
Not me.
observation.
Not me. I would not say no.
Yeah, I
So
don't think any
that's
Christian
untrue.
would go with that.
So you met God?
Well,
yeah.
basically, but not in the way you're conceiving of it, right? Like I didn't.
Yeah, not in the way
I didn't
you're
see it
conceiving
the way
of
I'm
it.
seeing you right now.
So you've seen God?
So
Not in the using the sense data of observing with our eyes. No, I don't.
So in a scientific
I don't
way.
see air either, though. Right. So if
Right.
your argument is around that, well, you believe in things that there's no evidence for, like no empirical evidence for, I would say, well, you also believe in things with no empirical evidence, but the difference is we can give a justification for the things with no empirical evidence. You cannot give a justification for the things with no empirical evidence.
Okay, I mean, but your justification is essentially just a theory, and it adds up in your own head through your own logic. But I think there's like overall that
No, it wouldn't be just a theory. Like, would you say that you can have an experience in this world without like observing something? Like, have you ever had an experience? Put like intuition for an example. Like intuition is one of those things where it's like, it's kind of hard to put your finger on it. Like someone being intuitive, like they just know something, but without utilizing any type of reason or logic, but they know it. There's an experience that they have of knowing something, how do you explain that? Right? So that's just an example. I'm just giving an example to how we can say that we have experiences in this world without having a observation of the experience, without observing it, or without sense data.
Well, just, let me just add this quick token. The scientific method isn't the only way we come to knowledge, right? So there's other ways we can come to know things. One of those ways is how Christians say we've come to know God.
Okay. So instead of focusing on that,
something?
I'll just let me get one thing out real quick. So and a more specific to go on to why I think the evidence and even the Bible, sometimes points to the God of the Bible not really existing is I'll start with a quick question is if I come across a woman who's being raped, and is it objectively wrong for me to do nothing and allow it to happen?
We're asking about objective morality. I mean, you're asking Christian.
Yeah, I'm
theists.
asking, is it wrong for me to allow a woman to be raped when I have the power to stop it?
So Christian theists, right? Christians believe that morality is objective. So yeah, you failing to do something is immoral.
Yeah, help out your neighbor, things like that, man. It's things within the Christian paradigm which would demonstrate how, not helping out, someone that is in danger like that, when you actually you have the ability, would probably be not a moral thing to do.
And when
to
we
not
say,
help
And then
them.
how is that consistent then? Because how is God, who's supposedly the most righteous eternal being in the universe, sitting by with all of the power to stop it right this second, but he somehow finds a righteous way to do nothing about it? And how come if I'm made in his image,
That's a lie. You're
What do
asserting
you
that
mean?
that's a lie. What are you talking about, man? God.
There's a woman being raped right now, probably, and
No,
God's
stop
not
it.
stopping it.
Stop it. Stop it. You don't understand the Christian paradigm, right? Under the Christian paradigm is God, yes, he created everything, so he caused everything to exist, but he created human beings to be the secondary cause. So the things that human being cause, God is not responsible for. Human beings are responsible for their own actions. But God is so loving, right, that God came in flesh form as Jesus Christ, as a man, so that we can be forgiven for our sins. So you say that, well, God doesn't care and he's not doing anything. He came and died for all of our sins.
Right, but he didn't stop the great that's happening right now. And why would I be held responsible as this immortal small thing to save this person or stop this person? But God has all the power in the universe, but it's somehow just for him to allow that.
You don't understand
to
the Christian paradigm. The Christian paradigm states that since God sacrificed himself for our sins, it's up to us to repent, be baptized, and follow God's way with faith and works, right? And, that's how we can be, redeemed. God is the ultimate redeemer. So even if it's the case that there's a little woman getting raped and a man has the capacity to save this woman, but he's a coward, right? Like, that's just a coward, right? You're a coward. You don't want to help out someone that's, needs saving, and you are capable of saving the person. You're a coward. Well, your cowardice acts can be, redeemed because God, as long as you repent, have faith, you get what I'm saying? So within the paradigm of Christianity, God is the ultimate redeemer. Your sins can be redeemed, even if you do an immoral act.
Look,
or non-action, an act or non-action, even if you sin in any way, God is the ultimate redeemer if you follow Jesus Christ.
Look, just because bad things happen doesn't mean that God doesn't exist, right? I mean, you can see how that. Right? But again, like I said earlier to Hunter, who was on a panel previously, I know how it sounds, but God could. Again, it's possible God could have good reasons for permitting the evil in the world, including your example, right? And you can name all the atrocities you want, right? If you want to say that is impossible for God to have good reasons for permitting that evil, then you now have the burden of proof to show how that's impossible for God to have those reasons. And that, I'll tell you right now, that's no one's ever going to be able to show that, right? Especially some human, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that if that's how God acts, then I absolutely can do the exact same thing. I can look at the situation and I can have a better reason than intervening and choose not to intervene and not be wrong, because I'm made in God's image. I have his logic. I have his reason. I'm made just like him. I can look at this situation and say, hey, I don't have to do anything about this for a reason that is justified.
Yeah, so it's totally fine. You can come up with any reason in your mind. The reality would be that you're a coward, right? So it's like, even if like someone breaks in your house and you don't protect your family, you're a coward. You didn't even attempt to. So you're cowardice, and that necessarily wouldn't be like well, yeah, but that would be immoral, but it would be like you can be redeemed from that, right? You're thinking about things like, well, if human beings do these immoral acts, there's no way to redeem them. We're saying that God is the ultimate redeemer. since we are made in God's image, this is why when like someone does you bad, you can choose to forgive them or not to forgive them. Like we have the ability to forgive one another. Like think about these. I think it was what's the one guy, he shot up a church or whatever, and then the people at the church, like during a court hearing, like said that they forgave him. So think about that. They killed their family, and you get what I'm saying? They killed many people. This guy killed many people, murdered many people, and the people at the church was like, you know, we forgive him and things like that. That is us showing you that we are made in God's image. Christ coming here, being the ultimate redeemer, sacrificing himself for all of our sins. That's just a demonstration. We all have the ability to forgive.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at Jesus's life, he did a lot of forgiving, he did a lot of preaching, but he didn't do a lot of stopping of raping and kids stuff. He didn't do any of that. You know what I'm saying? So like, if we're supposed to follow Jesus, if we're supposed to follow Jesus and God, we shouldn't resist
you don't know what
evil.
you're talking about. You don't understand Christianity at all. You don't understand.
I'm not trying to understand Christianity. I'm trying to explain.
You're
to you
just saying
that,
things that's untrue right now.
Well, if you're following God's lead, if you're following and being godly, the godly thing to do is to do what God does. Is that not logical? Is that not logical to do what God does? Is that not the most godly thing you can do?
Yeah.
Is to follow and do exactly what God does? Or listen to a book that tells you to do something other than what God is doing?
Look, bro, I'm going to tell you this, that on a very surface level reading of scripture, I can see how you can
come to those conclusions.
Conclusions, right? So, but if you look deeper, right, like there's a lot more going on in the celestial drama, right? Like there's so much more going on. The thing that Christians want to emphasize, though, is that in the midst of the evil, God sent his only son to not just sit around and watch everything happen, but he came and suffered with us, ultimately to the point of the cross, to redeem his people and connect us right back to God, right? Because you're asking theological questions, I'm going to give you a theological answer.
Yeah, and the Bible says that suffering for God is a good thing, so why would I impede that?
Are you saying you're going to promote that?
Well, I don't have to promote it. It just happens. Why would I resist it? Why would I stop people from suffering if suffering is a holy thing to do for God?
So
if you're supposed to die, the best thing you can do is die for God. If a Christian's about to be killed, I should let them be killed for God, because that's better. That's what Jesus did. He willingly laid down his life, right? So like
yeah, no, I was going to say you can make that argument. I mean,
sacrificing is like one of the highest forms of love. Like think about it. You would sacrifice yourself for like your child. That's showing you like you sacrifice yourself for your woman, your wife. It's like, all right, well, that's a very high form of love. But let me just we got Luke Bowen, and then we also got I think it's Jesse or Jazzy. Let's get Luke up here. Luke, you've been waiting first. Does God exist?
Well, I think it's unprovable either way, whether he exists or don't exist. You know, Stephen said what we can determine he does not exist. But I think we can't prove he exists, but we also can't prove he doesn't exist, you know? So it's like a superposition, like Schrodinger's cat.
How do you know that?
Theories.
I mean, just from my knowledge.
He's asking, how do you know that?
Yeah, like, so it's just your opinion, right? That God is provable and unprovable, right?
Yeah.
So you're making a knowledge claim. You're making a knowledge claim of God is provable and also unprovable. Can you justify how you can make knowledge claims? Where do you ground your knowledge in? Where does knowledge come from?
Just the fact we have no physical proof of God's existence, you know, that's a major part of why Christians
well,
and other religious
you're
people
speaking
have
right now when you're making sentences. You're currently making sentences. I need you to give an account for how you can make sentences, because myself and Joka can. We can give an account for how we can make sentences right now and how everybody can make sentences. But can you give an account for how you can make sentences currently right now today?
Because I exist.
That doesn't make any sense. You exist so you can make sentences. What I'm asking you is, I know you exist and you're making sentences right now. You're speaking, right? I need you to justify how you can make sentences and how you can interpret language. You can interpret what we're saying right now, right? I need you to justify these things. How can you do it? Why can you do it? Is it because evolution? Did you?
Or do you think there's
personally, I believe in evolution and the fact that the universe is many billions of years old.
Okay, that's fine. You believe in it, Joker. You had a question. I think it was a good one. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking him, like, because he says, okay, well, you know, like, there's no physical proof of God. Well, are there things that are not physical that exist? Take it easy, philosopher.
I mean,
yeah, bro, like your ideas, right? Or like Cooley's example, right? Like, how are you using language, right? Like, from a purely scientific.
It depends on what you mean by not exist.
Are you a physicalist? Do you only believe in the physical world, or do you believe in an immaterial world?
I only believe in the physical world.
Okay. Well, if you only believe in the physical world, then where does... Okay, well, how does 1 + 1 always equal 2?
Yeah, that's basic math.
And that derives from the mind?
Look, if you only believe in the physical world, world,
math
what is
a
love?
human concept. It's not like an actual existent thing.
Okay, since math is a human concept that derives from the mind, can you please point to where in the brain, because it's physical, so the mind would be like an unphysical thing, right? But the brain would be it. So where in the brain can we find logic, math, and all of these things that we utilize? Where can we find it? Is there like a gene? Is it in a DNA? Is it a molecule? Is it a certain atom, a specific atom, right, that creates some type of electricity with other atoms, which then creates uniformity, and then that logic is right there?
Yeah, thinking is just
the only things that exist are physical. How much does love weigh?
Yeah, like how much does love weigh?
Is physical by being...
That's a good one, Joker.
What does jealousy smell like? What is the number 2? Like, what's the texture of the number 2?
Yeah, can you hear the number 2?
You can't smell atoms, and atoms exist.
We're speaking about things, right, that you utilize, that we believe that is not in the physical world, that transcends the physical. It's transcendental categories. It transcends the physical, has a different ontology than us. So, like, a perfect example, like, can you smell love? Can you measure love itself if it's physical?
Well,
like if love comes from the brain, then it should be somewhere within the brain we can see, like, oh, you're only gonna love your girl, like it's only gonna weigh like.
Just because it exists doesn't mean just because it exists doesn't mean we can weigh or measure it.
But it's a physical object, right? Because you only know physical things exist.
Yeah, bro. We even measure frequencies, man. What you talking about?
It exists in some way beyond the way we can weigh or measure it.
So it exists physically, but not in a way that we can measure it. Wait, real quick. It exists physically, but not in a way where we can measure it physically?
Okay, I can't really describe heaven or anything.
Oh, man. Real quick. We got I think you said your name was Jesse down there?
Right, JC, yeah.
JC, my bad. Man, I
No, you
can't even
good.
see that. That A looked like an E.
No, you're good. You're good.
I didn't kick him off. He left himself. But good W Joker in the chat. W Joker. W Joker in the chat. So do you believe that God exists?
As far as an actual,
I could tell,
man,
no.
no. As far as a man, no.
Oh, okay. As far as like Jesus.
Absolutely no. Absolutely not.
Okay, so you don't believe. All right, so you don't believe in like Jesus Christ. That's fine. And then, so you believe in like a God, right? What God do you believe in?
I just believe in life.
Where did life come from?
Okay, so what it is it's more over. I think we sell ourselves short trying to put what this is inside of a box. I think existence is way beyond just so more infinite, endless, and limitless than we could ever imagine. I don't think we would ever get to the honestly, I think a lot of these things and cult ways and quote unquote religious ways of thinking put minds like yours, which is such a great mind that could come up with a lot of more endless abilities with being a human being, right? There's two things. A human and a being is not the same thing. A human and a being created a human and a being is one to create to give us existence to be able to survive on what's considered Earth. So men like Cooley is here to continue the process of man coming up with endless abilities of creation. Once we lock our minds or our thoughts or our ideologies within a 1,000-page manuscript, we begin to create less endless abilities as with things like numbers, because numbers was created by a man. Numbers didn't come with God. So if I raised my kid out in a rural area of Arizona, I could never tell my kid what a birthday is. I could never tell my kid what an age is. I could tell my kid we just are. We don't believe in age just the same way some people don't believe in this. We could not believe in what's considered age. So great minds, like for example, like a Cooley, I think our mind is here to continue the process of creating of expressing limited abilities of creation that a human and a being could do. And once we like just follow a certain way of belief, then we kind of like limit that endless ability to continue creating, because it was men that sat at the table and said we're gonna call 1 1. If the number that we quote unquote see that's shaped like a 1, if it was called a 2, we would call that 1 a 2, and that 2 plus 2 would equals 1. It's men gave it that name. So me personally, like for example, Cooley, me personally, I don't believe in I took it. Cooley Wiley. Yo, hear me out, Cooley. So listen,
Oh my damn gun. Hold up. I'm gonna end it all. Hold
you
up.
wildin', bro. Listen, Cooley, listen, Cooley. There's people out in rural. This place is so infinite and humongous. There's people out in rural areas of existence right now that do not know what a 1 is. They do not know what a 2 is.
Let me ask you a question.
If we put two logs side by side, they may call it something. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Can a man be a woman?
No.
How do you know?
Just from off existence for the moment. Like we haven't saw it happen at the moment. We haven't saw the way we look at existence for the time being of the time being. We haven't saw it, right? That's how I would answer it. I haven't saw it, and from the looks of it, it don't look.
So a man can only not be a woman because we haven't saw it.
As far as I could see it, right? As far as I could see it, right?
Yeah. As far as you can see it, right?
Right.
But what if you can't see it, but someone else could see it? Could a man be a woman and a woman can be a man? You can't see it, but what if someone else could see it?
Well, I still wouldn't know it until I saw it. If he saw it, I wouldn't know it until I saw it. So I still would give you the same. I would still give you the same.
But what if he saw it though? Is it true to him?
If he saw it, I still wouldn't know it yet unless I heard that from him or I spoke to him.
Like,
he told me
hypothetically, if he's seen it, is it true to him? He's seen a man really become a woman.
If he saw it and I haven't saw it, yeah, he could believe it's true, right?
So it's just subjective then.
That specific topic is because if you're saying that I didn't see it, but somebody else saw it. If he saw it go ahead.
Okay, basically you're saying that a man can become a woman based off of, you haven't seen it, right? But if someone else sees it, it will be true to them because it's subjective. So a man becoming a woman is subjective within itself. That makes sense, right?
To the one who you saying that saw it.
To the one that's seen it.
Right.
To the one that's seen it, it's true.
Right.
So then it's subjective. Truth is subjective.
Yes, truth could pretty much be subjective. A lot of truth is subjective.
And truth is based off of only your own observation. So if you don't observe something, then it ain't true.
No. If you haven't observed it at the moment, it could be you don't know the facts of it, or you don't know if it's true or not. But if someone like you said, if someone else did, then it's true to them. So you would be going like, for example, you would be going off of the guy's truth, and you never saw nobody talk to God, but after reading your manuscript, after reading your manuscript, some people told you they talked to God before, right?
If it's the case, hypothetically, that your daughter was raped, but you didn't see it, did it not happen?
Right. If her mom saw it in California and I didn't see it, yes.
But you didn't. But no, you didn't. You didn't see it.
No. But her mom. Right.
No, listen.
But her mom in California saw it.
No. Stop. Your daughter, in this hypothetical question, your daughter was raped, but you didn't see it. Was your daughter raped? Yes or no?
Right.
What does right mean? Was she? Yes or no?
I would say that yes, she'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, so then you're in a logical contradiction. You just stated that things are only true based off of what you can observe. But then in this situation, in this hypothetical, you did not observe your daughter getting raped, but you still say that she got raped. You just contradicted yourself. Easy defeater, chat. This was fun, but you got to go because I don't have the IQ to handle this. I actually think you got higher IQ than I got because I couldn't handle it. He's the smartest man on the planet. Yo, listen, this was fun. I got to wrap up. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. This was great. Joker, come back. I like what you got to say. Even Phil guy, philosopher guy down there, come back. You at least had good positions, and it was we had to give good arguments for you, so I do like that. Steven as well. You're always up here anyway. Appreciate you, Steven, for coming up. But yeah, man, I gotta go ahead and wrap up the next open panel debate night for you guys. If you want to come up, today's Thursday. Is going to be on Tuesday. So every Tuesday and Thursday, open panel debate night around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I normally go for like 4 hours anyway. Okay. All right, have a blessed one, bro. Yeah, next week it'll be a different topic, but and also if you have suggestions for topics, you guys can DM me at No Fugazee at No Fugazee Podcast on Instagram. DM me if you have any topics for debate night.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Cooley. Have a good night.
All right, man. Have a blessed one. All right, chat. Listen, man, I couldn't deal with that. I had to get my kids' toys and basically fake off myself here on camera. Oh, man. Listen, if I had to go through that, y'all had to go through it too. Right? Listen, man. Listen. Javar, I see you back here. Javar, I'll bring you up for Tuesday. So come on Tuesday, man, and we can have a debate about a similar topic that you were debating, because I know you were speaking about, real quick, I bring you up real quick. I know you were speaking about asexual, and we can go ahead and get into that as well, because I think that you were going to make an argument.
Yeah, my phone died. That's all what happened and shit.
That's fair, man. I think that you were going to make an argument that the woman came first because the woman was an asexual being. She didn't need a man, stuff like that. So we can go ahead and get into that next week on Tuesday. And just remember to come in, though, man. I'll prioritize you since I didn't bring you back up. My bad.
All right, that's a bet.
All right, man. Peace.
All right.
All right, chat. Listen, man. Good debate night tonight. Appreciate everyone that sent in super chats. Let me just read the last super chats. Make sure I don't miss any. Let's read any chats that came up. 1 second. All right. Where we at? Hold up, chat. All right, yeah, we got a couple of them that came up in. They're not going to come up on screen because I didn't select them, but we got PR sends in $10. Appreciate your support, PR. You've been supporting all night, and that's a pacifistic rage.
No Fugazee.
He says, Grant, a scientific consensus is that empirical science cannot prove nor disprove God's existence. You don't understand what science is. Yeah, he didn't understand what science was. He didn't even understand the scientific method on how you conduct science in itself. Right? And yeah, I hope a lot of these atheists go back and do some research, because these are just like simple things, like atheism. Well, at least evolution theory is not backed by science at all. We got JD Jordan sends in $2. I appreciate the support, man. We got OG Dog Pound sends in $3.49. He says, Wit Kid and Tyga, go easy, Cooley. Blast that beat. Okay. Appreciate you. We got PR again sends in $10. Humans through self-preservation establish morals/laws once civilizations started to protect what was built. Christianity sped up that process while fine-tuning it. Okay, we got J.D. Jordan again sends in $2. I appreciate the support, man. No super chat, no chat, but just sending in money. I do appreciate that. We got Kingman sends in $5. Yo, Cooley, I wanted to know what your understanding of the Trinity is, if you could explain it to me. How do the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit connect? We'll save that for another time. And I'll be fully transparent with you guys. Debating has been helping me out with understanding the things that I thought I believed in. Because when I do these debates, like especially like my one-on-one debates where I'm debating people, I got a 1v1 debate next week on Thursday against a Jubilee debater. But when I do these, like I accept all debates. Even if I don't know the topic, I'll still accept it, because then I'll just do research on the topic. And then by me research, because I don't want to lose. I'm not saying that I win all my debates, but since I don't want to lose, it motivates me to then study, go do research, and to get more intelligent on said topic that I'm speaking on, like to become more knowledgeable on the topic. So, yeah, man. A lot of people probably like, Cooley, I see you're debating many different things now. It's like, well, yeah, because, I've been gathering more information on many different topics. So I'm becoming more skilled in different areas. Haven't mastered the tag argument yet, like fully mastered it. I'm getting there, though. I'm getting there. Shouts out to Jay Dyer, Jim Bob, many other people David Patrick Harris, many other people that I studied, and books that I've read and things that I Googled to understand my worldview better. We got Uncle Tiger sends in $5. By the way, no one was actually able to defeat my outcomes argument. W's in the chat for the Unk. Good night, y'all. 07. Yeah, Tiger, good argument. And yeah, they were not able to defeat it, man. They were not able to defeat it. That was a good argument. We got PR says in $5. Math doesn't make the Trinity possible. God is eternal. 3 persons. Math just names that fact. The map is not the territory. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. There are better arguments than tag my guy. Well, not really. Like, Cooley, there are better arguments for tag my guy. Well, the thing is, there are many different arguments for proving God existence, but you may not think that it's the best argument because it's very abstract and hard to grasp for the feeble minds. But it's an argument that you don't have to like do a whole lot of arguing for. Like, I could just be like, listen, I can justify why we can speak right now. Can you justify it? Well, what do you mean? Like, is that type of argument where you make people look silly? It's the perfect type of argument for a nigga like me. That's what gravitated me towards the argument. Like, when I first started hearing the tag argument, I wasn't really like, I didn't fully comprehend it because I wasn't that invested into even like trying to argue God's existence. I was like, bro, I'm not finna debate people that don't believe in God. They're just dumb. But then as I kept debating, I'm like, well, I'm not turning down any debates, and people wanted to debate this. So I'm like, all right, well, let me look at every argument for God. I looked at them all. And this argument, the tag argument, I do believe it is the best argument. It's a boss argument. Boss argument. People come up on stream. Okay, you speaking right now. I got you, right? I can justify how we can speak, interpret information, ground these metaphysical categories that transcend the physical. And if they don't believe that it transcends the physical, it's a very easy argument. So therefore, 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2, right? Where are you grounded in? The human mind, the human experience, these things change, right? So it's once you start to fully understand these abstract concepts, bro, you can have fun with it. And I've been having fun with it all day today. So I do thank you. So I disagree, Jaren. Where else we at? Where are we at? What else y'all saying in the chat, man? I see y'all in here. Hey, man, for the people in the chat, y'all must be the people that I really support. So listen, go on over. I see what you're saying. What is the tag argument? I came in late. Listen, man, you got to go back and watch the stream. It's an argument that's a boss argument. People come up, don't speak sentences to me unless you can justify how you can speak. I'm going to be at the barbecue this summer. Like, oh, I hear y'all speaking, right? But can you give an account to why you can speak and understand me right now? Can you like justify this? I'm be at the barbecue cooking family members. They're going to be mad. Look at this. I have refuted tag in the comments, brother. If you refuted tag in the comments, then come on up and join the stream next Tuesday. Because we don't believe you. You're just a comment warrior, right? But what I was going to say is everybody that's tuning in right now, y'all must be the ones that likes the show. Even if you disagree with my arguments or you're like, Cooley, You're entertaining. That's why I like you. Or you could be like, Cooley, you're dumb. You're an idiot. That's why I like you. Whatever it may be, you must like me for a reason. It's 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. So go on over. If you support me, go support me. Go support my sponsor by supporting me. So if you support me, support the sponsorship. It's Aura. It's the first link that's pinned in the YouTube description. First link in the YouTube description. If you sign up, I send you merch for free. Just send me over your address. You'll get it for free. Dana Gonzalez, your merch will be coming. And I got something special for you, too, because since we did ship it out late, you'll be getting, I got something for you. You'll see. That's going to be arriving. And it's actually going to be arriving next week for you, Dana Gonzalez. I'm not sure if you're watching, but it's going to be next week. And we included something else in it since we sent it out late. But yeah, sign up for Aura. It's 14-day free trial. Once you sign up, you can cancel it. They do not charge you, right? It's a price for it. It's a monthly price or a yearly price, and it would show up. And it's not a cheap service for Aura. The yearly prices, I think, is like $1 something, but you do not get charged. If you don't cancel after 14 days, you do get charged. So if you don't want to get charged, now you get the service for free anyway, and they'll let you know if any of these scammers and stuff have your information out there. They work real fast. They help me out a lot, for sure. But sign up. You get 14 days free. If you don't want the service and don't want to be charged, cancel it. DM me on Instagram or send me an email to my email address or my Instagram, which is in the description. The links is in the description. DM me, send me a screenshot that you signed up. And then also send me your address. I'll ship you out a shirt. And then your name goes in a raffle to win this free microphone. And once we get 50 people to sign up, I'm going to do it live. Every person that signed up and got the free shirt, your name is going to be crumbled up in a little ball, paper ball, put into this bucket. I'm going to shake the bucket up on a live stream. I'm going to pick out one lucky winner, and you're going to win this microphone, right? Brand new podcast microphone, right? And some of the people that join the live stream, this could be good for y'all because now you can join a live stream with a podcast mic. And you don't have to have like all of the tools to have this good microphone. Like whoever wins the microphone, I'll also, you know what? I'll be generous. I'll include the adapter and the cord so you can hook it up to your phone. So if you want to join a live stream on your phone, you can join a live stream on your phone, but use a professional microphone from your phone. Because I have it here. I don't use it, right? I don't have no use for it. So if you want that, I can even include that with it so you can use the microphone on your course. So you don't got to use the microphone with a laptop and things like that, right? But anyways, this podcast with No Fugazee. Appreciate all of y'all that's been tuning in and that's still supporting the show. We got some people that joined the membership. So shouts out to y'all. Look at PR. Join the membership gang level. Appreciate that, man. We got with Ben join the gang membership. We got Solo Dolo join the gang membership. We got Dolphin join the gang. Oh, this was gifted. Who is this gifted by? We got Chopper. We got Money Boy. Who gifted this? Let's see who gifted it. Someone must have just gifted these. Shouts out to the person that gifted it. Let me see if I can find out who it was. Oh, it was PR. Pacifistic Rage sent 5 No Fugazi podcast gift memberships. So shouts out to you.
No Fugazi.
Appreciate that, man. I really do. We got Prometheus sends in $5. Let me see if I can bring this super chat up. I can. Okay. Prometheus says, 70% of melanated families have 0 fathers. Address that, please. Yeah, man, single mothers. They come from single mother households. So black women took on the ideology of the white liberal woman. The white liberal woman felt that she was oppressed by the patriarch and by her husband. So she wanted to be a boss and be equal to her man because she was indoctrinated via feminism, which came from the spirit of Eve. Feminism derived from the spirit of Eve. Because think about it, the spirit of Eve is, well, yeah, I'm going to eat from the forbidden fruit and have knowledge of good and evil and all of this, and I'm going to be just like God. I want to be equal to God. Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and eat from this fruit. That's what feminism is. Feminism is, I want to be equal to man. Yeah, let me go ahead and chase a career, hold off from getting a family, become an independent boss babe. And you know what? I don't really need a man. And if I don't really make any money and stuff like that, I'll go ahead and have a child and get some Section 8 housing and welfare and kick the man out the house. So that's what women did. Black women specifically, because you're speaking about the melanated families, Black women, it's nonsensical for them to take on it's even nonsensical for the white woman to take on the ideology of patriarchy, bad, I'm oppressed by men. That doesn't even make sense, right? But for the Black woman to take on the white woman's ideology really doesn't make sense, because not anywhere within American history was the Black man oppressive to the Black woman at all. We were fighting slavery together. So it's nonsensical for the Black melanated woman to take on the ideology and the grievances of the white woman, because she didn't even she didn't even have the same life experience with the Black man like the white woman had with the white man. But the experience with the white woman and the white man, for that white woman, it wasn't even bad. It was actually, they were just bitter and ungrateful. That's all it was, ungratefulness. The spirit of Eve. So that's a quick answer for you. All right, let's see what we got. We got Prometheus again, sends him $5. He says, the highest dropout rate is our melanated community. What's the solution for that? Okay, I can't answer all of these, bro. I've been streaming for 5 hours. How about I appreciate the love. How about we just go ahead and save this for next Tuesday stream, right? Next week on Tuesday, I'll be streaming again. This Saturday, though, I do have an all-girls panel. Anyone that wants to, we're going to be having men up, and the girls are going to be rating men. So if you want to be rated by like 6 girls on my dating show, that's going to be this Saturday, you can join the stream, and it's going to be virtual. You can join the virtual stream just like people join now, but it's going to be a bunch of girls in the studio. And basically, instead of having the girls rate your Instagram like we did before, some guys would send in money and then have the girls rate their Instagrams. No, we're actually going to have you come up live on stream and communicate with the girls, and the girls are going to rate you. It's going to be a very interactive dating podcast this Saturday. It's going to be pretty dope. You guys are going to enjoy it. I've never done it before. It's going to be dope. I've even purchased new equipment so we can get it done. But good question, Prometheus, and I will answer these. Just I'll make sure. Actually, if one of the members, could you take a screenshot of his questions, send it to me on Instagram so I can make sure I address it on Tuesday? That would be the first thing I do, because I do appreciate you supporting, and I do want to address it. We got the Big Daddy Pod says some $5. I was on a phone call. What did I miss? Oh, man, dang. Listen, man, you missed a lot. It was a good show tonight. It was a good one. Even Tiger came up and was cooking. It was a good show. Shouts out to, what's the brother name? Joker. Joker came up. He's a smart guy. He understands the transcendental argument very good. So shouts out to him to coming up and adding to the conversation, because I do appreciate that. I'm not a person that thinks that I know it all. This is why I do open panel debate night and bring up other people. They may share my worldview and have a different worldview, right? So that's one of the benefits of supporting a show like this. You get to come up and debate. I think that's it. I think that we got a few other super chats. Okay, Dane again, sends him $5. Historically, when you go to eras and such where white families had the same economic and social struggles as black, you find more loyal white women. We got Prometheus sends in $2. Thank you for the truth. Appreciate you, man. What else we got? Cooking Cooley. Yeah, it was a cook show tonight, man. Yeah, Joker was cooking. Oh, I see what you said, Whitehead. You said, yeah, Joker was cooking, and then he said, cooking, comma. Yeah. Yeah, Joker was cooking, man. He did a good job. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so he's coming back next week. He's not a troll. He's been here all night. He's worth listening to. Okay, all right. All right, he was here all night, and he's worth listening to. That's good. So then I expect Jaren to come up on Tuesday. That's what I expect. Now, we'll probably have a different topic on Tuesday, but for Jaren, I will, be graceful and let you debate this topic that you wanted to debate tonight and disprove the tag argument. So that's what we could do. All right, man, I'm done. That's all the super chats. Appreciate all of you that came in. Drop a like before you go. Subscribe if you haven't. Click the bell icon so you're notified of when I go live next. Peace.
No Fugazee. Fugazee.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.